business owner that took the First Mark Insurance Challenge. Aaron, why did you make the call to First Mark Insurance?
My company has grown to a space where we need a higher level of coverage. A couple of factors led me to say, boy, I really need to find something new. And First Mark really rang that bell.
First Mark save you and your business money?
Oh, yeah. They have decreased overall expense in a couple categories by up to 30%, coverage in a couple of areas by greater than 50%. They've offered coverage in 2 new categories that I think are pertinent for my business, and they've greatly impacted what that coverage and those margins look like.
Kind of wish you made the call earlier.
I absolutely do. Yeah.
So if you're a small business owner that wants to take the stress of insurance off your plate, do what Aaron McCoy did for McCoy Home Solutions. Make the call to First Mark Insurance. They're your teammate that goes to work for you. FirstMarkInsurance.com.
4,000 women are diagnosed with breast cancer every year in Washington state. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients. Join us at Life in Color, a brunch auction and fashion show on August 17th at the Columbia Collective in Woodinville for an unforgettable afternoon celebrating 25 years of hope and support. Get your tickets now for Life in Color on August 17th at nwhopeandhealing.org. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Hey, this is Pete from Home Matters, a show that covers everything having to do with your home. Tune in every Saturday from 2 to 3 on KIRO Newsradio, where you'll hear from local business owners who are experts in their industries. From foundation to flooring, roofing and windows, furniture, and financial planning, it's everything in and around your home, and we've got you covered on Home Matters. If it matters to you, it matters to us here at Home Matters. Saturdays from 2 to 3 right here on KIRO Newsradio, or listen to the podcast on mynorthwest.com.
So.
With us, what started as a routine food delivery in Jacksonville, Florida, turned into a life-changing act of kindness for DoorDash driver Larry Bailey, all thanks to a viral TikTok and grateful customer. SunnySkies.com says Ireland Danahold first met Larry when he delivered her Panera Bread order to her third-floor apartment. Despite wearing a knee brace, Larry climbed the stairs with a warm smile that left a lasting impression. Wanting to show her appreciation, Ireland tipped him generously and shared the moment through her doorbell camera on TikTok, writing in the caption, "No one should have to work at this age." Moved by Larry's dedication and spirit, Ireland launched a GoFundMe campaign to help support him, and the response was immediate. Within days, the fundraiser brought in over $21,000. One person even donated $600. The funds will go directly to Larry for whatever he wants. That'll do it for this hour. For Nicole Murray and Mike Gavin, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
Iran missile hits Israeli hospital.
The windows smashed, the ceilings collapsed, and part of the building is on fire.
Trump weighs possible U.S. action.
I have ideas as to what to do, but I like to make the final decision 1 second before it's due.
Karen Reed acquitted.
I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters.
Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan. With the CBS World News Roundup, President Trump considers possible U.S. involvement as Israel and Iran trade attacks. This morning, Iran fired a missile that hit a major hospital in southern Israel. Here's CBS's Deborah Patta.
The moment an Iranian missile slammed into Soroka Hospital in Beersheba this morning. Inside, panic and chaos as doctors and patients fled to the bomb shelters. The emergency room was operational at the time of the attack, but there were only minor injuries. The hospital says the old surgical building was damaged, but that it had been evacuated days before the strike.
CBS News has learned President Trump has approved a plan for U.S. involvement, but has not made a final decision to strike Iran. CBS's Ed O'Keefe is at the White House.
President Trump, at least publicly, says he's not ready to make a call on U.S. involvement.
I like to make the final decision 1 second before it's due, because things change.
CBS News has learned the president approved unspecified attack plans as an option, but is holding off in case Iran agrees to abandon its nuclear program. And the White House is waiting for more U.S. military assets to arrive in the region. A mix of fighter aircraft, F-16s, F-22s, and F-35s are en route. And the USS Ford Carrier Strike Group is already deploying to Europe next week, putting 3 naval carrier strike groups closer to the conflict. In anticipation, administration officials say Iran is readying missiles and equipment for strikes on American bases if the U.S. joins Israel's military campaign.
Severe storms in the nation's midsection, triple-digit heat in parts of the West. CBS's Andres Gutierrez has more.
More than 60 million people are under the threat for severe storms spreading from the Midwest, where heavy sheets of rain have already soaked Indiana.
Yeah, that's a tornado.
The National Weather Service confirmed a tornado touchdown near Clarksville, Missouri, and in Macomb County, Michigan, where it tore down trees and power lines and caused flooding. But in addition to severe weather, the U.S. is also bracing for extremely hot weather. Several states across the country will experience temperatures reaching triple digits. Here in southern Nevada, an extreme heat warning remains in effect, with temperatures ranging from 105 to 115 degrees. And first responders say they're feeling the impact.
This is certainly the time of year where we see an uptick in calls that are heat-related.
Forecasters say Eric has been upgraded to an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane near southern Mexico's Pacific coast. Top sustained winds 145 miles an hour. It took 2 trials, but Karen Reed is now free from charges that she killed her police officer boyfriend. A Massachusetts jury in her retrial found her not guilty of murder and manslaughter. Christina Rex of CBS Boston.
Defendant not guilty or guilty? Not guilty.
Cheers erupted outside the Massachusetts courthouse as the verdict was read. The jury found Karen Reed not guilty in the death of John O'Keefe. Moments later, Reed addressed her supporters outside the courthouse.
I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters.
Reed was accused of hitting and killing O'Keefe with her SUV after a night of drinking in 2022. Reed's first trial ended in a mistrial last year.
Reed was convicted on a drunk driving charge. 4 minutes after the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
The FDA has approved a twice-a-year injection to prevent HIV, a move its maker hailed as a major breakthrough in the fight against the virus. It's marketed under the brand name Yeztugo. CBS's Dr. John LaPook.
This is huge. Now you have an injection twice a year that's more than 99.9% effective at preventing HIV/AIDS in people at high risk.
The drug has a list price of $28,000 a year. The New York Times reports the Justice Department plans to slash the number of inspectors who monitor federally licensed gun dealers by 2/3. Quite a startling sight in West Texas.
Whoa! Whoa!
One of Elon Musk's SpaceX Starships exploded during a routine launch pad test. For reasons that are not clear, that spacecraft has suffered failures after recent launches. A person in the water off Hilton Head, South Carolina, was airlifted to a hospital after suffering an apparent shark bite, sparking concern on the beach.
Having someone getting bitten so close, it's kind of nerve-wracking.
Authorities say the person suffered a leg injury that is non-life-threatening. Nearly 2 years after the deadliest American wildfire in over a century ravaged Maui, killing more than 100, the University of Hawaii has released the state's largest post-disaster health study. CBS's Carter Evans.
Researchers have been tracking about 2,000 people, and half of the adults still show signs of depression. 25% are struggling with moderate to severe anxiety. Almost 75% of adults have elevated blood pressure now, and a quarter of them show reduced lung function, and that's likely linked to the wildfire smoke.
There's a recall of Heat and Eat chicken fettuccine Alfredo meals sold at Walmart and Kroger stores. They've been linked to a listeria outbreak first identified last year. That's been blamed for at least 3 deaths and illnesses in 13 states. An annual report says the dates Medicare and Social Security stand to run out of money has been moved up to 2033, 8 years from now. Last year's report from program trustees pegged it at 2036. In a record sports franchise transaction, the controlling stake of the NBA's Los Angeles Lakers has been sold by the Buss family to TWG Global CEO Mark Walter in a deal that values the team at $10 billion. This fan likes it.
I'm excited. It's awesome. I'm a lifelong Dodger and Laker fan, so putting them together is going to be great.
Walter does own part of the Dodgers and has a net worth topping $6 billion. Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. 783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
A top performer may have some new rules for people at her shows.
Sabrina Carpenter may be asking her fans to please put the phones away. The singer tells Rolling Stone she knows it may make some mad, but she's considering banning them during her shows. The impetus? Carpenter says she saw Silk Sonic in Vegas. They locked phones in pouches for the duration of the concert, and she's never had a better experience. She says she felt genuinely present, with everyone singing, dancing, looking at each other, and laughing. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
31 years ago, Ronald Keith Harvey escaped from a California prison. The fugitive was captured earlier this month about 150 miles from the prison in Nevada City, California. Harvey is now 79, was serving time for running a drug operation. His original sentence was due to run out in about 4 years. That's the Roundup. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS... KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. Deputies searching for Travis Decker, the father at the center of a manhunt in central Washington, say they've tracked tips provided by psychics. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey explains.
Chelan County Sheriff Mike Morrison tells radio station WTMJ in Wisconsin, in addition to hundreds of leads from around the country, they've also received multiple tips from psychics, and they've looked into some of them.
They've reached out and they've given some theories, and of course, we've made an effort to look into some of those, and we appreciate them just being willing to, offer their services.
No word of any of those psychic tips led to anything. Helicopters recently searched parts of neighboring Kittitas County, 5 miles from Cle Elum. Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
Newly released body cam video shows first responders working to save people who were in a car that plunged into the water off Edmonds Ferry Dock while fleeing police Tuesday night.
I'm going to toss this closer to you. Okay, wait. We have one out of the water.
The Washington State Patrol says 2 people are dead and 3 are seriously injured following the deadly police chase. The driver was a 29-year-old man from Tualaip. A 48-year-old woman and a 45-year-old woman were both killed. Witnesses say the suspect's car was weaving in and out of traffic with its lights off. A new warning about Boeing 737 MAX engines. The NTSB says when damaged, the GE-built engines can fill the cockpit and cabin with smoke. That's classified as an extreme danger in aviation. The safety board is telling the FAA to ensure flight crews are aware of the potential dangers. The recommendation was inspired by 2 bird strikes that damaged engines on Southwest Airlines flights. Both Boeing and GE say they're aware and making the proper updates. After more than a month on the run, fugitive Cedric Stevenson is back in custody. The 29-year-old man escaped from SeaTac Airport back in May while being extradited to Kentucky in handcuffs. U.S. Marshals tracked him down yesterday in Seattle's First Hill neighborhood. Stevenson faces multiple felony charges, including assault and drug possession. As the battle heats up between Israel and Iran, people in Seattle are calling for an end to the violence. KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lomibao spoke with protesters who gathered at Hal Anderson Park.
A message of peace coming from people in Capitol Hill on Wednesday, protesting against missile strikes that have taken the lives of hundreds of people.
From Gaza to Iran, we oppose the aggressive war. We oppose genocide, and we oppose Israeli aggression against our nation.
Speakers condemned the ongoing conflict, while others believe the Israeli attacks are necessary.
We believe there is a distinction between people of Iran and this mullah's regime we call Islamic Republic.
Both groups I talked to just hoping it can all be put to an end soon.
A former JBLM soldier admits he tried to share military secrets with China. KIRO News Radio's Aaron Granillo reports.
31-year-old Daniel Schmidt held on to top-secret information that he obtained during his service at JBLM from 2015 to 2020. The Department of Justice says once he left his post, Schmidt contacted the Chinese consulate in Turkey and Chinese security services, offering the military secrets. Schmidt pleaded guilty to 2 federal felonies. He faces up to 10 years in prison and a $250,000 fine for each offense when he's sentenced in September. Aaron Granillo, KIRO News Radio.
The guilty plea is unrelated to a federal case out of Oregon where 2 more JBLM soldiers are charged with selling military information to China. In Snohomish County, Alderwood Middle School officials say an 11-year-old boy who tried to stab another child back in April showed up on campus again this week. KIRO 7 TV's Jason Sloss reports.
The school district sending out a letter to parents saying they went into an after-school lockdown. Police showed up quickly on scene. This is now the 3rd time we've reported on this student visiting the campus. The first time police say he had a weapon and a teacher stepped in to stop him from attacking another student. The boy's mother turned him in that time. The second time he was arrested for bringing knives onto campus just last month.
For your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic, Tacoma to Seattle about 23 minutes right now. Puyallup to Renton 18. Renton to Bellevue about 21 minutes. Everett to Seattle about 26 minutes. Now for your forecast on this Thursday, it will be another dry and seasonal day with highs in the upper 60s and lower 70s. Look for partly cloudy skies until late today when clouds increase. Right now it's about 49 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Amazon announces a workforce reduction this week. G. Scott will join us next to explain why and how it could impact our state. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO Newsradio App. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is brought to you by Closets by Design Seattle.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
This could be the oddest gift anyone's ever given me.
But I'll bet you use it.
When the time is right, I suppose.
That's the idea.
A plunger.
An Apollo plumbing plunger.
Free for me?
Actually, free to everyone we visit.
Because?
We believe some things you can do on your own.
And if this plunger can't fix it?
Apollo Plumbing will.
Just like that.
You call, we come. It's fixed.
Wouldn't you rather I just call?
You're welcome to.
Okay.
But for a simple backup?
Something I can solve myself?
Try your free plunger.
I'll admit it's kind of spiffy.
Apply a little pressure.
And if it still won't clear?
Call Apollo Plumbing.
The Ready Right Now plumbers.
Our big blue trucks come stocked full of fixes.
And a plunger-wielding plumber.
A clean screen, trained and trustworthy Apollo plumber.
They come in a jiffy?
Arriving when promised to put plumbing problems in your past.
And give me a free plunger.
That too.
You know, I kind of like this plunger.
I'm sure it'll come in handy.
Just like Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision.
If you're over 50 and you've been diagnosed with a cataract, or your vision is changing as you're developing an early cataract, you could be a perfect candidate for K2 Vision RLE.
It's inevitable. At some point, typically in your 60s or 70s, you'll have a dysfunctional lens that eventually becomes a cataract. To restore your vision, you will someday need a procedure such as refractive lens exchange.
The question is, are you done with glasses? Do you want to spend your good, active years hassling with changing prescriptions and needing readers?
K2 Vision RLE can give you great vision now, permanently, and you'll never develop that cataract. The procedure is quick and painless, and our state-of-the-art custom lens technologies give highly predictable outcomes.
K2 Vision surgeons have performed nearly 100,000 procedures. We know when RLE is right for you.
Find out. Schedule a free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, no contacts, no readers.
Seattle's Morning News. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
Joining us from the G and Ursula show is G. Scott. G, yesterday I left the show a little early. Mm-hmm. I had a doctor's appointment, so I'm driving down the road listening to you and Manda.
Yeah.
He treated me like a lady.
G went full Eddie Haskell yesterday. You were like, gosh, Manda, that's a tremendous point. I see where you're coming from, Manda. G.
Hey, you know what we call that, Charlie?
What?
Code switching. Hey, people listening right now, some of y'all are going to your jobs, you know dang on well. You listen to one type of music in the car, but as soon as you get inside of corporate America, hello, everything is swell around here. Hello. I'm ready to do my job. Hello, boss.
Heavens to Betsy, Manda. I hadn't thought of it that way.
All right, let me get to some news, though, because it looks like Amazon and CEO Andy Jassy will be trading human jobs for more efficient robot army, right? We're going to see how this is going to play out. It looks like, who knew that in 2023, we would bring the Terminator back for an office edition. What do I mean by that? Right now, Amazon has just announced that they will be reducing its corporate workforce as it increases the use of AI services. He said there's going to be, the shift is part of a broader effort to improve efficiency in operations, including inventory and customer service. While this announcement right there, yeah, have they going to eliminate some jobs? Yes. However, they do say that this will bring on new opportunities. Just to remind you, there was an announcement that followed a previous warehouse closure in Tukwila, if you guys remember that, and that affected 172 workers. So what's happening? AI, y'all.
It's coming after all of us.
Look here. If the CEO, Andy Jassy, is doing this, and some of y'all are, I need to say something nice to my wife. ChatGPT, say something to my wife. Y'all got ChatGPT talking to your spouse. You got ChatGPT writing birthday cards for you. Everybody is using AI, and Andy Jassy said, so are we.
I'm old enough to remember 30 years ago when the internet started getting really popular. And there were people saying, no, it will never overtake any other forms of media, blah, blah, blah. And here we are 30 years later. It's impossible to imagine life for many of us without the internet. It's going to be, in my opinion, 30 years from now, it's going to be the same about AI. Yeah. It's going to be a massive disruptor and part of our lives.
You need to hop on the train or be left behind.
All right. Now I want to kind of take the joking part out of it. I kind of want to be serious for a second. February 2023 was the first time I remember Chef and I, the producer for the Gene Ursula show. His government name is Andrew Lanier, but I don't call him by his government name. I remember February 2023, and we were talking about, this AI. What's this? We're kind of talking back and forth. I was like, this kind of seems weird. Almost feels like this is the internet happening all over again. And then a couple months kept progressing, and we kept talking about it. And then by the time the summertime came of 2023, I'm like, man, this could be real serious. And here we are now, and we are really 2 years into this thing, and I'm scared. Sure. I'm really scared. And yeah, I'm scared about jobs, but more importantly, I am scared because we already have a conflict resolution problem in this country. And before we, as humans, Americans, the world, we talked things out, we met in person, we had conversations. Now we have situations where AI can literally have a conversation for you. AI can have you, and we're going to go to that, all of us. And the more we go to it, the more it builds. And one day, not trying to be funny, I don't know if it's going to be 10 years, 50 years, but what happens when AI is like, all right, humans, I'm done with you.
Yeah.
Now, that sounds kind of weird for me to say that. Sounds like a movie.
It doesn't to me, which is terrifying because I think it's coming.
Yeah. There's going to come a year where this AI is going to be like, hey, Charlie, shut up and sit down. That's what AI is going to tell us. And it's really...
Wait, are you AI? Because you tell me that all the time.
I'll be back.
Thanks, G.
All right. See, by the way, I'm going to start being nicer when I come in here. A lot less calm. Manda likes it that way.
No, that's not the agreement. You have to be mean to Charlie. That's part of you coming on the show.
Oh, Charlie!
For your KIRO Newsradio forecast, it'll be another dry and seasonal day with highs in the upper 60s and lower 70s. Look for partly cloudy skies until late this afternoon when the clouds increase. Right now, it's about 49 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, former State Attorney General Rob McKenna breaks down a unanimous Supreme Court decision that could change the way that the FBI raids are done here in the U.S. I'm Katrina Kashard. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
Well, you're getting ready every morning. Make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah. Got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO News Radio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO News Radio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM.
Hello, Seattle. It's your friendly neighbor, the T-Mobile Park roof. From up here, I can see it all. Folks pouring in from the street, the sun setting over the sound, the roar of the crowd as Luis Castillo pumps his fist, and the joy of the J-Rod squad as Julio snares a deep fly ball at the wall.
He reaches up with a leap and he makes the catch!
and all the faces smiling with every perfectly grilled hot dog and swirl of soft serve. When the final out's made, I'll be right up here, lighting the W and soaking it all in. Mariners baseball. Try it inside.
The next Mariners homestand gets started with 3 straight value games against the Royals, Monday, June 30th through Wednesday, July 2nd. Score seats for as little as $11 and enjoy a beautiful summer's night at the ballpark. Go to mariners.com/value games to lock in your seats and check out the complete Mariners value game schedule.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Dan. Dan, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
I had the same insurance company for 30 years and just accepted all the premium increases as inflation or feeling tethered to them because I have earthquake coverage and was uncertain about being able to get that anywhere else. But when I talked to Ken at First Mark, wow, he came back with bigger umbrella policy, better earthquake coverage, which I didn't think was possible. And when he came down with the premium number, it was a no-brainer. We were saving over $2,500 a year. Don't wait, because it's annoying to think of what I could have done with that money over the last 10 years had I done something sooner.
Well, Dan did it. My family did it. You got to do it, and it's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much money they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be the next First Mark Challenge victory that I get to talk to as well. Simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com, firstmarkinsurance.com.
It's a new year, but many seniors are struggling with the same old problem: high prices and rising property taxes. We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, and he says a reverse mortgage may be the answer.
Many seniors cannot afford to stay in the home they love. A reverse mortgage gives them access to equity in their home without having to sell. They can pay off their mortgage if they have one, and maybe pull some extra cash out of their home, and best of all, they have no mortgage payment the rest of their life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
Hey, Spike O'Neill here with Dr. Matthew Sharp, owner of Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. Dr. Sharp, I keep getting questions from our listeners. When's the right time to have this procedure? My eyes are changing. Should I wait until they're done changing?
Well, I always tell patients, do it now. Don't wait, whatever age you are. And that's part of the mission of Sharp Vision, is that whatever age you are, whatever prescription you have, we try to find a procedure that works for you. When you're young, LASIK and PRK are great procedures. As we get older, the refractive lens exchange becomes more appealing because that can fix whatever glasses prescription, whether you're farsighted, nearsighted, or have astigmatism, and it fixes it permanently so you don't develop cataracts, and it allows you to see near without glasses.
Do what I did. Schedule a consultation to learn everything you need to know from the best Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. 425-451-2020, or go online to sharp-vision.com. That's sharp with an E-vision.com.
We all know a cancer diagnosis is physically and emotionally draining, but it can also be a financial hardship. That's why Northwest Hope and Healing is here to help. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, a plastic surgeon who is proud to be part of Northwest Hope and Healing's mission. We provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare, so patients can focus on healing. This year, we are proud to celebrate 25 years of Northwest Hope and Healing. Since the year 2000, we have distributed over $2.8 million in direct financial assistance to thousands of local cancer patients. And you can help us make a difference. Mark your calendar for Life in Color, a summer brunch, auction, and fashion show on August 17th at the Columbia Collective in Woodinville. It's an unforgettable afternoon of unwavering hope and inspiration. Get your tickets now for Life in Color on August 17th. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger, Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. Tropic Rewards members get a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Terms and conditions apply.
Every summer we drive to Lake Chelan in our Subaru Outback. That car has been great for our family adventures. We bought it at Carter Subaru, and they have what you've been searching for with over 300 new vehicles in stock, including the 2025 Forester, now with 3.9% financing for 48 months, or go electric with the 2025 Solterra EV, 0% APR for 72 months.
On approved credit, subject to vehicle insurance and availability. A documentary service fee may be added to the sale price or capitalized cost. See dealer for details. Valid through 6/30/25.
KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. Air raid sirens sounded across Israel last night and this morning. CBS's Ed O'Keefe tells us why President Trump is delaying making a final decision on the U.S. involvement in Israel's efforts to destroy Iran's nuclear program.
President Trump, at least publicly, says he's not ready to make a call on U.S. involvement.
I have ideas as to what to do, but I haven't made a final. I like to make a final decision 1 second before it's due, because things change.
CBS News has learned the president approved unspecified attack plans as an option, but is holding off in case Iran agrees to abandon its nuclear program.
As tensions rise between the two countries, people in Seattle's Cal Anderson Park rallied against the violence. Yesterday, protesters told KIRO 7 TV they're calling for an end to aggression and support for human rights.
From Gaza to Iran, we oppose the aggressive war. We oppose genocide, and we oppose Israeli aggression against our nation.
Iranian American speakers emphasized the distinction between the people of Iran and the ruling regime, highlighting decades of oppression and a growing hope for freedom. Illegally made fireworks caused a house to go up in flames on Whidbey Island. KIRO 7 TV's Ranjit Sinha is at the scene with more on Tuesday's explosion in Oak Harbor.
The fire chief's telling me someone inside was trying to make homemade fireworks inside when something went wrong. Now, the fire chief said a man in his 40s was killed. His two parents were also inside the home. They managed to get out safely. Now, fire crews from multiple agencies responded and essentially had to carry nearly 3,000 gallons of water with them to douse this fire. As for the man at the center of this explosion, investigators tell me he was not licensed to be handling explosives.
More layoffs are coming to Microsoft. Here's KIRO News Radio's Frank Lenzi.
According to Bloomberg, Microsoft is expected to announce thousands of job cuts early next month, which would be after the end of its fiscal year. A lot, but not all of those cuts would be in sales. Just last month, 6,000 workers were laid off at Microsoft. Most of them held product and engineering positions. At the end of June of 2024, Microsoft had 228,000 workers. 45,000 of them were in sales and marketing. Frank Lenzi, KIRO News Radio.
So far, no comment from Microsoft. Meanwhile, a new strain of COVID is upon us, and it's being identified by a pretty nasty symptom, razor blade throat. That's the internet term being used to describe the painful throat ache that some people are suffering from with the new strain.
Certainly could be a tip-off that you've got COVID or one of the other viruses that might be floating around.
Dr. Seth Cohen, an infectious disease specialist at UW, says the new strain labeled NB181 is fast spreading and currently surging in China. He expects Washington to experience a COVID wave in July and August as travel season kicks off. Now for your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Everett to Bellevue right now about 32 minutes. Lewin to Seattle about 14 minutes. Edmonds to Seattle about 15 minutes. And Issaquah to Seattle about 21 minutes right now. And for your KIRO News Radio forecast on this Thursday, it will be another dry and seasonal day with highs in the upper 60s and lower 70s. Right now, it's about 49 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show. Seattle's morning news on KIRO News Radio.
Well, a unanimous decision from the U.S. Supreme Court last week could change the way the FBI conducts raids. The ruling surrounds a mistaken raid at the home of an Atlanta family in 2017.
And joining us with some analysis is former State Attorney General Rob McKenna. Okay, Rob, tell us about this incident in Atlanta 2017. What happened?
Well, imagine that you're sleeping in your bed. You're there with your partner and your child, and all of a sudden you hear banging on the door. The door comes flying off the hinges from a battering ram, and a flashbang grenade is thrown in your living room and blows up. All of a sudden your partner's on the floor in handcuffs. A bunch of SWAT agents led by the FBI are there. One of the agents glances down at the coffee table and sees a stack of mail and says, "Oh, this isn't the right address. We're in the wrong place." So the agent who was leading this raid, looking for gang members, had relied on his GPS to locate the house, didn't bother to look at the address on the mailbox, and we're at the wrong house on the wrong street as a result. So, not surprisingly, this couple sued for property damage and emotional distress and so forth. It's obviously pretty traumatizing. But the trial court and the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals blocked their lawsuit, claiming that, or ruling that, nope, even though you can sue the federal government under a law called the Federal Tort Claims Act, which grants exceptions to the government's normal sovereign immunity, there are exceptions to the waiver of immunity that applied here, and this couple was blocked from suing. The Supreme Court takes the case last year, here's the case at the end of April, and just ruled, no, this case can proceed. Doesn't mean this couple has won, but they're not blocked by statute from at least trying to seek damages.
And so where does this go from here?
Well, it goes back to the trial court, and they'll have a hearing about what the FBI did and whether or not what's called the law enforcement proviso in this statute allows them to move forward with their lawsuit for what are called acts for omissions of investigative or law enforcement officers. See, interestingly, the Congressional Act, which allows you to sue the federal government for a tort claim, includes 13 different exceptions, and one of them is called the intentional tort exception, which provides that, and this seems counterintuitive, but it provides that the government cannot be sued for a variety of claims that allege intentional wrongdoing, like assault, battery, false imprisonment, false arrest, and so forth. But that list of exceptions, the intentional tort exceptions, is followed by this law enforcement proviso that still allows claims when they relate to the acts or omissions of investigative or law enforcement officers. So this is an important ruling because, law enforcement makes mistakes. There's no question that does happen sometimes. And, if this case were allowed to stand, it would make it very, very difficult for people who are the victims of frankly, negligence and mistaken raids to bring claims. Now, at least this couple has an opportunity to do so, and the Supreme Court ruling means other people who were harmed in this way might also.
Former State Attorney General Rob McKenna. Rob, will speak to you next week.
Coming up, we'll have some national headlines. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
A KIRO News Radio exclusive on the G and Ursula Show.
New Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes, with the mass deportations and the actions by ICE, clarify when Seattle police would step in and when they would not step in.
Just to be clear, Washington state law prohibits us from being involved. The only time we would get involved if there was a dangerous situation, if there was gunfire, just like we would for anything else.
Watch the full interview on the KIRO News Radio YouTube page.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but What I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming, at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming.
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at XfinityMobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Do you notice sounds coming from your crawl space or attic, or possibly stale or foul odors in your home? This could be that rodents have gotten into your attic and crawl and have made it their home. They tear up the insulation to make nests to have babies. They contaminate it with their biological waste, which can be harmful to your health. And they ruin your home's energy blanket, costing you thousands of dollars a year. If you even think you may have a problem, call Insulation Northwest today, and we will come to your home as soon as tomorrow and perform a free, no-obligation inspection to determine what the problem is. This inspection normally costs $199, but it's yours free just for calling today. If we discover any problem with rodents in your home, we can get them out and keep them out and restore your home's protective insulation blanket back to brand new condition. Let Insulation Northwest give peace and comfort back to you and your family and save you thousands of dollars in energy savings. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com.
CBS News Brief. Back and forth airstrikes between Israel and Iran intensify. The BBC's Dan Johnson in Jerusalem.
Buildings have been damaged and people injured in areas close to Tel Aviv. And overnight, there were 2 waves of Iranian missiles targeting Jerusalem and Tel Aviv.
Israel's defense minister is threatening Iran's supreme leader after a missile attack damaged a major hospital in the south. At least 40 people are reported wounded. The State Department's restarting interviews for student visas, but all applicants must now open social media accounts for review. CBS's Linda Kenyon.
International students have faced increased scrutiny since President Trump revoked permission for thousands of them to study in the U.S. before he reversed course, although increased pressure continues, especially at Harvard.
The FDA has approved the world's first twice-yearly shot to prevent HIV. CBS's Dr. John LaPook says the problem, the price.
I spoke to a spokeswoman from Gilead. She said it's going to be about $28,000 a year.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, it'll be another dry and seasonal day with highs in the upper 60s and lower 70s. Right now, it's about 49 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, CBS's Ed O'Keefe explains whether President Trump will be allowed to continue deploying National Guard troops to Los Angeles. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
Yesterday, a federal appeals court in San Francisco heard arguments on whether President Trump can continue deploying California's National Guard in Los Angeles to protect ICE officials.
This comes after a district judge ordered the president to return control of the National Guard to California Governor Gavin Newsom. Meanwhile, the Trump administration has deployed another 2,000 National Guard troops to the L.A. area this week.
And a lot of people are wondering if Seattle's next. Covering this for CBS News is senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe. Ed, this centers around a law known as Title 10. Can you explain what that is?
Yeah, it essentially grants a president the general authorities to deploy troops as needed and often National Guard to either supplement natural disaster recovery or potentially overseas as part of operations. There's a sort of subsection of Title 10 that allows for this kind of deployment in instances of as it's described, basically, foreign intervention of some kind or rebellion. And it's sort of on that kind of term, rebellion. What exactly does that mean? That is at the crux of a lot of this. The other element of this, though, is that when a president is going to deploy National Guard into a state, they usually have got to seek the consent or request from the governor. And in this case, that did not happen. There was no consultation with Gavin Newsom of California, and it's on those grounds that the governor has sued. But this three-judge panel of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, which is now hearing the case, seemed a little skeptical of California's arguments about whether the court should second-guess the president. And the administration argues the court shouldn't be involved at all, that this is something he can do, and that the law is not reviewable by courts.
And so this is a three-judge panel, Ninth District. Is there anything we can read into that, how this court tends to rule?
Well, this is sort of the notoriously most liberal appeals court circuit in the country. But in this case, the trial is, or the arguments are being heard by two Trump appointees and one judge appointed by President Biden. And so you may get a more skeptical ruling in this case. Of course, it's something that could be appealed all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court, and we'll see if California has to do that or opts to do that if they don't get the ruling they want. But the argument essentially boiled down to, can courts even be reviewing this at all? And the Justice Department argued that the law giving the president this power is unreviewable, and that the appeals court should basically toss the district court's ruling that had put a stay or blocked the president from deploying these troops and say, no, look, the president has every right to do this. It upends military chain of command, they argue. It would give state governors the ability to veto a president, which is not how it works. And California turns around and says, look, we get that a president has the authority to deploy troops, but should he have an unchecked power to do that? What about checks and balances, which is a fundamental element of the American system and the balance of power between courts, the executive, and Congress. And so a lot of the different legal challenges that this administration is facing, whether it's in the immigration realm, tariffs, or other issues, boil down to attempts by this administration to make use of decades, if not centuries-old law and apply them to the 21st century, invite a legal battle, and try to get a modern-day ruling with a conservative tilt to most of the nation's federal courts now, in hopes that it reinforces that a president has broader powers than perhaps have been exercised by recent presidents. And you'll see Congress and governors and mayors and other groups push back on that and hope that courts try to rebalance things and maybe, yes, give us a broader and more modern interpretation of some of these laws that the president's been trying to use.
And what exactly are those National Guard troops doing in L.A. right now?
Good question. They are, in essence, providing support to ICE agents as they carry out their operations in and around Los Angeles. They are protecting a handful of federal buildings, and best we can tell, that's it. We haven't seen widespread protest or violent protest in recent days. The curfew's been lifted for downtown Los Angeles, which was that small section of the LA area that was under curfew. And the deployments for those National Guard continue and could continue now for several more weeks, if not beyond, depending on what the Pentagon and the president decide to do. We also know there had been a broader request for 20,000 support troops to help ICE across the country, and now a handful have been deployed in Florida, Louisiana, and Texas. We don't know where exactly, and those deployments haven't necessarily started, but they're coming. And we can anticipate that ICE agents will get similar backup support, logistical support, potentially riding along to protect them just in case, or just handling administrative stuff while the ICE agents focus on trying to fulfill this daily goal of arresting up to 3,000 people for immigration violations and eventually getting them processed or deported.
Any indication of when we can expect a ruling?
No. It could come as early as today, could come later in the week. Usually, given the urgency of these kinds of situations, you do get a ruling within a few days. And so, if it does, it probably comes later today, your time, early evening out here in the East, and we'll see where it goes from there. And again, if California gets an adverse ruling, do they go to the Supreme Court? If they get a ruling they like, does the Trump administration appeal it to the Supreme Court? The answer there is probably yes, and it'll roll along.
And before we let you go quickly, there are a lot of moving parts in this world right now, a lot of tension. Can you just describe the mood there at the White House?
Look, yesterday was all about Iran. That was the instruction given to staffers that the president would be focused on that, and he spent a good chunk of the day focused on this big question. Should the United States be involved in helping Israel take out Iran's nuclear weapons program or potential nuclear weapons program, its nuclear program broadly? That would involve direct U.S. military deployment, B-2 bombers, 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs to take out an enrichment facility about 60 miles southwest of Tehran. American pilots flying American jets on behalf of an operation started by Israel. There's a lot of consternation and concern in the president's base of support about potentially getting tangled up in another foreign war. They have supported the president all these years, 10 years and a few days exactly, since he first started running for president, because he was such a critic of the Iraq war, skeptical of the Afghanistan operations, and in recent years has said he wasn't going to do it. But what he's also said throughout his political career is Iran shouldn't have a nuclear weapon. And so you've started to see the White House lay out the argument for potentially engaging in this operation and argue that if it's in the interest of U.S. national security and in fulfilling a big goal and promise of the president that Iran would never have a nuclear program that could develop weapons, that might be justification to get involved. No decision as far as we can tell as of yet. It could come today. It could come in the coming days, depending on how operations continue between Israel and Iran. But it is a big focus. And then, you've got issues like the One Big Beautiful Bill, which the Senate is working through. You've got these immigration issues out west and across the country and the unprecedented deployment of troops. So many big issues going on here.
Ed O'Keefe, senior White House and political correspondent for CBS News. You're a busy man, Ed, and we appreciate your time today.
Take care.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, it'll be another dry and seasonal day with highs in the upper 60s to lower 70s. Right now, it's about 50 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Seattle's Morning News with your host, Charlie Harger and Manda Factor. I'm Katrina Kashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
You listen to Charlie and Manda on Seattle's Morning News every morning. What do they listen to every afternoon?
I listen to John all the time when I'm driving home, driving my kids around.
I also listen to the John Curley Show, and even by the end of the day, I still like to keep my brain active, and he's very good at doing that.
John, first of all, is hilarious. I never know where this dude is coming from.
The perfect bookends to your daily commute with KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM and the KIRO News Radio app.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Brandy Cruz. Hey, Brandy, why? Why First Mark Insurance?
Service. I wondered for a second whether I was getting the VIP treatment, and And I kind of asked, hey, is this what you do for everyone? And they're like, of course. The whole First Mark Challenge is meant to be personal, right? So it really is tailored and meant to be a personal experience for every single person. I will say I've just done whatever is the quickest and cheapest type of insurance. And I realized while I was doing it, wow, this is what it feels like to get insurance as a real adult. We had a million questions and they walked us through every step of the process. And then they're working for you. So they're not working for insurance companies. They're working for you. To experience that level of service really shows you what the difference is with First Mark.
Brandy did it. My family did it. You got to do it. It's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge. See how much money they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
Hi, I'm Dr. Nia Hergaris with today's tip for kids from the American Academy of Pediatrics. As parents, we want our children to grow up healthy and strong. That means helping teens take responsibility for their health as they become young adults. One way to do that is to make sure they have one-on-one time with their pediatrician. That helps them become comfortable talking about any health issue with their doctors and with you. So make sure to give your teen a voice. It's good for their health. For more on teen health, visit healthychildren.org.
When the heat's in 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush.
Act now before summer,
because that heat's a real bummer.
Dayandnight.net.
Even though our Northwest summers can be spectacular, there's always a long, hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. You can stay comfortably cool when those hot temps arrive. This is the time to plan ahead and call us about installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
Before the summer heat wave. Keep your house cool and safe.
Dayandnight.net. Make sure your AC will keep you cool this summer. Save $50 on a pre-summer AC tune-up. Or for a new system, get 10% off an air conditioner or heat pump. Call for details. Dayandnight.net.
It's a bully, but we aren't afraid of a fight. It's elusive, but our focus never fades. It's deadly, but we were born to defeat cancer. You may not have heard of us, but our work has helped millions impacted by cancer. We are the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. We are leaders in advancing breakthroughs in immunotherapy, genomics, and personalized medicine. This research saves lives. After 65 years of fighting blood cancers, we've arrived at a game-changing belief. The cures for cancer are in our blood. The drugs and treatments we've developed for blood cancers have helped people affected by many different types of cancers. We are the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Beating cancer is in our blood. Learn more at LLS.org.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
Seattle is the nation's most male-skewed major city. There's more men in Seattle. They say in the article here, they said the most masculine city, but I absolutely disagree with that.
Have you seen the men in this town?
Exactly.
Please. It's not like it's 80-20.
No,
that's when it's hard to meet a lady.
That's true.
When there's 4 guys for every girl. That's when it's here come the bride's time.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
On KIRO. News Radio 97.3 FM.
Looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get the same breakthrough one-day treatment I received at Advanced Hair during their once yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during their best offer of the year. For details and a free consultation, call 425-449-8185, advancedhair.com.
Hi, I'm Dr. Shelley Flace with today's tip for kids from the American Academy of Pediatrics. If you own firearms, it's your responsibility to make sure they're always stored safely. Hiding them in a closet or drawer is not enough. Kids know where they are. Research shows the risk of injury and death is lower if guns are stored unloaded and locked up, with the ammunition locked in a separate place. This is important when children are young, as well as when they grow into teenagers. For more, talk with your pediatrician or visit healthychildren.org.
Life can be stressful sometimes, but buying your new Subaru doesn't have to be. Subaru of Puyallup has you covered with over 300 new Subarus on the lot. Come in now so you can secure today's pricing on tomorrow's car at Subaru of Puyallup, your stress-free dealership.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Day 7 of their conflict. An Iranian missile has hit the main hospital in southern Israel. Officials say no one was seriously injured, but the strike did cause extensive damage to the facility. CBS's Robert Berger reports from Jerusalem.
Israeli hospitals have had contingency plans now for years for this kind of event where hospitals might be targeted in a major war. So underground parking lots have been converted into hospital wards, and we've seen that now at several hospitals around the country.
Israel's carried out strikes on Iran's Arak heavy water reactor in the latest attack on the country's nuclear program. CBS News has learned President Trump has approved attack plans for Iran as an option, but he's holding off in case Tehran agrees to ditch its nuclear program. Correspondent Ed O'Keefe says military forces are on the move.
The White House is waiting for more U.S. military assets to arrive in the region. A mix of fighter aircraft, F-16s, F-22s, and F-35s are en route. And the USS Ford Carrier Strike Group is already deploying to Europe next week.
A day before summer officially arrives, a heat dome is spreading brutal temperatures across the country. CBS's Andres Gutierrez is in Las Vegas.
Today, it will once again perhaps reach up to 110 degrees, and this is going to be keeping paramedics on guard.
Temps are expected to climb into the 90s for the first time this year in New York City and Boston. New research suggests addiction to technology is bigger risk to kids than just screen time.
The study in the medical journal JAMA followed 4,000 10-year-olds. Half of them became addicted to their phones by age 14. Lead author Dr. Yunyu Shao says those kids were 2 to 3 times more likely to have thoughts of suicide, even if their screen time was relatively low.
It is not just about the time that is spent, but it's about the addictive behaviors.
The researchers say limiting screen time is not enough. Kids who are addicted to phones or video games may need cognitive behavioral psychotherapy. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
A SpaceX rocket blew up in spectacular fashion overnight in Texas.
Whoa! Whoa!
The Starship was set for a test when it burst into a huge fireball. CBS News space consultant Bill Harwood.
Engineers are going to be reviewing telemetry to figure out what went wrong. We don't know yet what might have caused this spectacular failure, or how much damage Starbase infrastructure might have sustained, or how long it might take to repair it.
No one was injured. SpaceX calls it a major anomaly. Another uncrewed SpaceX rocket exploded over the Indian Ocean a few weeks ago. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
It's 6:03. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk, where Sully is watching the roads this Thursday morning.
And it's a holiday, so we're seeing a lot lighter traffic out there today. We did have an earlier crash about a half an hour ago on northbound I-5 right around 272nd coming out of Federal Way. It cleared quickly, but we have a little bit of braking there. But 35 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle, not bad at all. Under 35 from Puyallup to Renton, that's a nice and easy drive as you work your way up to 405. And then 405 itself is quiet. We got a 15-minute 30-minute trip to get you up into Bellevue. Olympia to Tacoma, no issues for you guys. Tacoma itself is quiet. Coming down from the north end, we've got about a 35-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue, and then about no issues across the lake. So all in all, we're in good spot. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Download the Seattle Sports app and stay in the know with the latest news, scores, opinions about your favorite local teams.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from Eastlake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
At 6:04, Chelan County deputies say they are running down leads from psychics in their search for Travis Decker, the father at the center of a manhunt in central Washington.
In a one-on-one interview with Sheriff Mike Morrison, he talks about those psychics and whether he thinks Travis Decker is still alive.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey joins us live with more. Luke.
Charlie, Sheriff Morrison tells me they have analyzed hundreds of tips from around the country, including those tips from psychics trying to find Travis Decker. And he tells me they've shared relevant details from those tips with federal investigators.
They've reached out and they've given some theories, and of course, we've made an effort to look into some of those, and we appreciate them just being willing to, offer their services.
There is also a new search area for Decker in Kittitas County, in an area just 5 miles east of Cle Elum. Deputies there asking everyone to be on the lookout and to check their trail cameras and ring cameras for any signs of Decker. Well, Sheriff Morrison also tells me they've consulted behavioral analysts with the FBI, and they say they have a U.S. Marshals psychologist on site with them in Wenatchee. They're constantly trying to get into the mind of Travis Hunter.
How he thinks, what might be motivating him, who he knows, where he might want to go. Because up to this point, I've never heard of his name, so we want to go through and do what we can to have a better understanding of who he is.
Finally, I asked Morrison if he thinks Decker is still alive.
I do believe he's still alive, and until I find something that would prove otherwise, we're going to consider that he is alive.
What makes you think that he is still alive?
Have not found a body. And at this point, I figured if that had been the case, just the amount of people who do come and recreate here in Chelan County, that we would have found something. But we're going to continue to take into account that we'll either find him in one state or the other.
Now, Charlie and Amanda, Morrison also told me that they're in constant contact with other investigators. He's had one-on-one conversations himself with investigators who have worked high-profile cases like the Decker case, including the manhunt for Jorge Alcantara Gonzalez, the 2020 murder suspect who hid in the woods of Kittitas County around Blewett Pass as well for about 21 days, and the Eric Rudolph case. It took 5 years for federal investigators to track down Rudolph after the 1996 Olympic Park bombing in Atlanta. I'm going to share what Morrison had to say about those cases and his conversations in the bottom of the hour.
Luke, thank you. Newly released body cam video shows Edmonds police rushing to save people at a ferry dock after a Mini Cooper went into the water Tuesday night.
I think they launched pretty far. I'm not sure. We can't even see where the car is at.
State Patrol says 2 people are dead, 3 seriously injured following that deadly police chase. Troopers say 2 people inside the Mini Cooper died. 3 others were rushed to Harborview with serious injuries. Witnesses say the suspect's car was weaving in and out of traffic with its lights off.
Developing right now, Seattle police are investigating a stabbing that happened near 5th Avenue North and Mercer Street. Police say they are actively searching for the suspect. You are asked to avoid the area. Again, this is around 5th Avenue North and Mercer. We'll bring you updates as we learn more.
Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes says the department has a renewed approach to community engagement. Barnes tells KIRO News Radio's G and Ursula show the department is creating opportunities for officers to get involved when they are not on a call for service.
We're pushing officers, we're pushing our relational policing unit and everyone to take advantage of those opportunities, and we're trying to create avenues for them to do that. I think we have to meet people where they are.
Barnes says he wants the department to be honest about things they can and can't do. Well, good morning. Welcome to Seattle's Morning News. It's Thursday.
It's a holiday.
Juneteenth.
Yes, indeed.
June 19th. I'm Charlie, along with Manda.
Chris Sullivan is here, keeping an eye on the roads for us. We have traffic for you every 10 minutes, and producer David Burbank is with us, too.
We have Katrina Gishard out at the news desk, and Ian Douglas in the control room this morning, filling in for Nick. Ian, don't be afraid to bump us in and out with some sweet tunes, okay?
Just as Nick does. Nice to meet you, Ian. Should be a pretty nice day, partly cloudy, low 70s for today. We'll talk more about the weather in a bit.
Nick Allard will join us. And this hour of Seattle's Morning News is sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control.
Coming up on this hour of Seattle's Morning News, Chris has a choke point. What you got for us, Sully?
Well, we're going to talk about the closure of a bunch of lanes on the Ship Canal Bridge. That's this weekend.
More fun, as you like to say.
The appetizer for what's coming up later this summer.
Your idea of an appetizer is a little different than most people's.
Sully. Well, I mean, if you like it.
Yeah.
I could give you something that gives you a reaction, which could be possible with this. Yeah, it's going to be rough.
Okay, we'll have that coming up. Plus, KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey joins us with today's Tech Talk. While Israel and Iran trade fire this week, there's also a cyber battle happening between the two countries.
It's 6:09. As that battle heats up between Israel and Iran, people in Seattle are calling for an end to the violence. KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lomibao spoke with protesters who gathered at Cal Anderson Park.
A message of peace coming from people in Capitol Hill on Wednesday, protesting against missile strikes that have taken the lives of hundreds of people.
From Gaza to Iran, we oppose the aggressive war. We oppose genocide, and we oppose Israeli aggression against our nation.
Speakers condemned the ongoing conflict, while others believe the Israeli attacks are necessary.
We believe there is a distinction between people of Iran and this mullah's regime we call Islamic Republic.
Both groups I talked to just hoping it can all be put to an end soon.
A new warning about Boeing 737 MAX engines. The NTSB says when damaged, GE-built engines can fill the cockpit and cabin with smoke, and that is classified as an extreme danger in aviation. Safety board telling the FAA to ensure flight crews are aware of those potential dangers. Recommendation was inspired by two bird strikes that damaged engines on Southwest Airlines flights. Both Boeing and GE say they are aware and are making the proper updates.
A chilling new detail in the Air India crash. Its backup power system was active. The Wall Street Journal reports that could mean both engines failed during takeoff. That system, called a ram air turbine, only deploys in serious emergencies. Flight 171 crashed just 50 seconds after leaving the runway. At least 270 people died, including some on the ground. Investigators are still piecing together what went wrong. They've not officially confirmed if engine trouble triggered that emergency system, but this is now a key focus in that investigation.
A former JBLM soldier admits he tried to share military secrets with China. KIRO News Radio's Aaron Granillo reports.
31-year-old Daniel Schmidt held on to top-secret information that he obtained during his service at JBLM from 2015 to 2020. The Department of Justice says once he left his post, Schmidt contacted the Chinese consulate in Turkey and Chinese security services, offering the military secrets. Schmidt pleaded guilty to 2 federal felonies. He faces up to 10 years in prison and a $250,000 fine for each offense when he's sentenced in September. Aaron Granillo, KIRO News Radio.
Yesterday's guilty plea is unrelated to a federal case out of Oregon where 2 more JBLM soldiers are charged with selling military information to China.
The King County assessor continues to fight a temporary restraining order taken out against him by his former fiancée. In a post on Facebook yesterday, Wilson said on June 30th he will ask a court to dismiss the order requested by Lee Keller. Earlier this month, he told KIRO News Radio's John Curley both sides had signed off on dismissing the order.
This is the 3rd time that she has taken some action like this, and each and every time she has withdrawn it before it ever went to court.
At that point, Keller said in a statement through her attorney she had no plans to drop the TRO. We have reached out to her again for comment, and Wilson is running for King County Executive.
From Everett to Fife, troopers are cracking down on speeders in known danger zones along I-5. King 5 TV reports the Washington State Patrol is using cell phone data to guide enforcement. Don't worry, it's not tracking individual drivers. The data is anonymous and shows general patterns of speeding, braking, and texting. It helped identify 4 hotspots, including I-5 near JBLM and Everett. State bought the data from Michelin Mobility Intelligence. Now troopers are stepping up patrols through the end of July.
It's now 6:12, and it's time for a check on the weather. It's brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors, and we say good morning to KIRO 7 TV's Nick Allard.
Good morning. Nice morning so far. I mean, we have a mix of clouds and sun. It's really nice. Not a bad morning whatsoever. I do think you're going to see a little more cloud cover as the day goes on, but we could just call it partly cloudy overall, and we'll go with temperatures starting off in the 40s and 50s. It is a little cooler than this time yesterday. Then we'll go with mid to upper 60s and lower 70s this afternoon. Really going to be a nice day today. And from there, we start to change things up a little bit tomorrow. I think tomorrow we're going to see some pockets of scattered showers increasing, and then it turns to pretty wet tomorrow evening, and into early on Saturday it's just raining. Now a lot of that is going to taper off, but it's still going to be wet overnight Friday into Saturday. So scattered showers tomorrow increasing, rain to start Saturday, then decreasing in the afternoon Saturday, and then only maybe a shower or two Sunday. So today you're about 70, 71. Tomorrow though, you're about 60, and you're about 60 or so on Saturday with, again, decreasing rain. And then Sunday you'll be more dry than wet. I don't really think you have to plan things around any rain on Sunday. And then back to some heat again next week in the upper 70s and lower 80s. So we are going to find some pretty nice weather. We just have to get through, a couple of cooler days, especially for tomorrow and on Saturday.
Nick, you couldn't cook up something better as we welcome summer tomorrow evening?
Look, I made some calls. Yeah, it's 7:42. We're going to be there. It doesn't quite happen this time around. Not yet.
All right, we'll let it go this time. It's 55 in Seattle right now.
And now we check the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Sully is watching the roads this holiday morning.
And we are doing really well out there. A lot fewer customers out there across the board. We're looking at about a 35-minute trip for a lot of our corridors. Federal Way to Seattle's running 35 minutes. At some days at this point, that's just the drive from South Center, but that's the whole way. Olympia to Tacoma, nice and easy today. 30 minutes for you guys. 35 minutes, maybe a little closer to 40 from Puyallup to Renton. There are some brake lights in and around Auburn as you work your way past 18. A little bit at the north end, and then Renton to Bellevue is under 20 minutes, which is great. The lake bridges have no issues. Coming down from the north end, just a little bit of braking in Linwood, a little bit south of Canyon Park on 405, but 35 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue is a great travel time. The lake bridges are quiet. This report brought to you by FlySeaportAir.com, introducing 20 convenient flights per day between Boeing Field and Portland. Easy parking, no TSA. Book today, FlySeaportAir.com.
It's now 6:15, and a pop star may be making an unpopular decision. Time to say good morning to KIRO Newsradio's Katrina Gishard.
Good morning, guys. Sabrina Carpenter may be asking her fans this little favor.
Please, please, please.
She's asking them to put the phones away. The singer tells Rolling Stone she knows it may make some people mad, but she's considering banning phones during her shows. So what started this? Carpenter says she saw Silk Sonic in Vegas. They lock phones in pouches for the duration of the concert, and she's never had a better experience. She says that she felt genuinely present. People were dancing, looking each other in the eye, having a great time. By the way, her new album comes out in August.
In 1 week, we've talked about Sabrina Carpenter twice.
I know.
I'm here for it. I'm a new Sabrina Carpenter fan, and I'm a big fan. So, and I agree with her as well.
Yeah.
Every concert I've ever been to, it's never the video you get, the pictures you get are never what you think
Put the
they
phone
are.
down
It's
and
dark
enjoy.
in there. You're not getting the audio you want. Just enjoy the moment.
And your friends are, seriously, they are not going to care if you send them the video. But come on.
Not.
All right. Thank you, Katrina. 6:16. Welcome to Seattle's Morning News, and at 6:16, that makes it time for
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's Morning News.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
All right, Sully has more fun to talk about. Kind of a practice weekend for a month of lane closures on the northbound Ship Canal Bridge. Drivers are going to get a taste of what the upcoming summer will look like.
Yeah, so this is going to be a lot of fun this weekend.
Stop saying that.
Well,
no, it's not.
If I say it positively and with an upbeat voice,
maybe it will become
it'll be
true.
Great, right? So we've been warning you for months about this, about the upcoming lane closures on the vital I-5 bridge. This weekend is the appetizer. Only 2 lanes of northbound I-5 over the Ship Canal Bridge will be open from late tomorrow night to early Monday morning. And for a short time, early Saturday morning and early Monday morning, all lanes are going to be blocked for restriping. The Washington Department of Transportation's Tom Pierce says drivers need to make alternate plans.
What congestion is going to look like this weekend depends on what people choose to do. If people do not alter their plans, if they just think they'll drive the same way as they always do, then we're going to see more traffic.
Now, the express lanes will remain open in the northbound direction the entire time to try to ease some of that congestion.
The express lanes are going to be open northbound only all weekend. We will have some lane closures Saturday night and Sunday night, because as we work on the drains, of course, the drains go through the bridge deck and then down, and so we need some room to work in the express lanes.
WashDOT using this weekend to do much needed work on the bridge and to prepare for the month-long closures that are coming up in July.
We're going to be working on the drainage system on the bridge. We hope to get about 80% of that work done to set us up for the bigger project that we have coming in July.
Now, if you've forgotten what is coming up in July, here is what you need to know. The weekend of July 18th, all lanes of the northbound Ship Canal Bridge will be closed the entire weekend. That will be followed by a month of 24/7 lane closures, and then another full weekend closure of the northbound bridge the weekend of August 15th. So 2 bookended weekends where nothing is going across the top deck of the Ship Canal Bridge in between. 2 lanes open for an entire month. So that is going to have a significant impact on our drive. But that will be it for the major closures this year. However, they will return to the northbound direction next year, the southbound direction in 2027. WashDOT is replacing expansion joints, the concrete between downtown Seattle and Northgate in this portion of what we have loved to call Revive I-5.
You know, Manda, I have figured this out. The reason Sully calls this fun, wonderful. This is job security for you, Sully.
Well, that's okay. Now we're behind the curtain. Yes. So this is preparation. I mean, that month-long closure is going to happen right in the heart of Seafair.
Oh, gosh.
And as we've talked about, because the express lanes are going to remain in the northbound direction during that entire month-long series of lane closures, that will impact people coming in from Snohomish County in the mornings who normally use those express lanes. And we've seen when those are closed in the mornings, we can back up all the way to Mount Lake Terrace. So this is going to be, as I like to say, a regional impact. And so this weekend will be a taste to kind of get an idea of what you need to do to go and get around this coming up later this summer.
Well, thank you for all the fun news this morning.
Well, warnings. Warnings are important. I don't want anybody to be caught off guard.
Thank you.
Could weather affect this at all?
Only what they're doing in terms of what they can get done this weekend, like the paving and striping. The drainage work they can still do, so they're going forward one way or the other. I know the forecast is a little off and on, so but yeah, it's still going to happen.
Okay. Thanks, Sully. After a month on the run, fugitive Cedric Stevenson is back in custody. The 29-year-old escaped from SeaTac Airport in May while being extradited to Kentucky in handcuffs. U.S. Marshals tracked him down yesterday in Seattle's First Hill neighborhood. He faces multiple felony charges, including assault and drug possession.
A murder suspect from a 2020 casino shooting is still out there, and police are asking for help. Elijah Hilton is accused of killing Ty Jenkins in the parking garage of the Emerald Queen Casino. Prosecutors say it was gang-related and planned as a revenge. The News Tribune reports Hilton was charged with murder in early 2023, but he hasn't been caught. The U.S. Marshals say he could be armed and dangerous. If you think you spot him, stay away and call 911.
A Bellevue man who bragged online about being a pimp is headed to prison. Como TV reports Cedric Dorsey II was sentenced to 35 years for human trafficking. Police say he posted flashy videos and called himself so pimpish on social media. One victim told police he beat her and controlled every part of her life. Dorsey trafficked her in cities across western Washington, even Las Vegas. When police searched his home, they found cash, guns, and an illegal AK-47. He is now serving a decades-long sentence. He's already filed an appeal.
In Snohomish County, Alderwood Middle School officials say an 11-year-old boy who tried to stab another child in April showed up on campus again this week. Here's KIRO 7 TV's Jason Sloss.
The school district sending out a letter to parents saying they went into an after-school lockdown
Police showed up quickly on scene. This is now the third time we've reported on this student visiting the campus. The first time police say he had a weapon and a teacher stepped in to stop him from attacking another student. The boy's mother turned him in that time. The second time he was arrested for bringing knives onto campus just last month.
6:23 now. It's time to check in with Chris Sullivan. We do it every 10 minutes on the threes here on Seattle's Morning News. You are at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And it's a quiet day across the board. We are looking at very light traffic on this Juneteenth holiday. Looking at just a little spot of slowing on northbound 167 right around Highway 18 in Auburn. But if you have a 20-minute trip out of Auburn and a 40-minute trip from Puyallup, that's a win. That's a lighter than average. And then Renton to Bellevue is running about 20 now. We're starting to see a little bit of action with some braking, just some annoying stuff up past about 30th. After that, it's all green on the map. All green, Olympia to Tacoma with about a 30-minute trip on there, and then Federal Way to Seattle's running about 40 minutes now. So we're starting to see some braking right around the West Seattle Bridge. The lake bridges are quiet. Coming down from the north end, nothing out of Arlington all the way down to Seattle or Bellevue, really. Just a slight hesitation through Canyon Park through the merging there. 35 to 38 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. This report brought to you by Bucky's Complete Auto. Safety first comes with no credit financing at Bucky's Complete Auto. Oil changes, brakes, tune-ups, wiper blades, factory maintenance. Check for the Bucky's nearest you at buckys.com.
And our forecast, we're going to see a mix of clouds and sun throughout the day. More clouds in the afternoon, a high today of 71. For tomorrow, look for some showers to arrive and a high of only 60. Same deal on Saturday. Should warm up to about 70 again on Sunday with just scattered showers and more in the way of sun breaks. Right now, it's 55 in Seattle.
It is an evolving situation in the Middle East. We will have the latest on the conflict between Israel and Iran. Plus, we'll have KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey with the latest on the search for Travis Decker. That's coming up on Seattle's Morning News.
As the nation's biggest news story makes its way to right here at home.
Anti-ICE protesters turned violent in downtown Seattle.
Trust KIRO News Radio.
Team coverage begins with KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgartner.
Watching people graffiti the side of the federal building.
It's why local news and experience matter.
Now to my colleague James Lynch.
I've never seen that large of a contingent of Seattle police officers, an extreme show of force.
KIRO News Radio. Local news coverage you can depend on.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with zero investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
G. Scott here with former Seahawks Cliff Averill and Doug Baldwin. I heard you guys are having a celebrity pickleball tournament to raise money for Nourishing Champions. Why pickleball?
Obviously, it's a growing sport, but also this model is that we will actually be playing with community.
We are the most competitive people, so regardless of how sorry Doug might be, he will be out there competing like it's a Super Bowl.
Sign up for the Celebrity Pickleball Tournament, open to all skill levels. For details, go to championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
Summer is the time to feel and look your best. But I'm not talking about your abs or tan. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your very own hair the very next day, and they guarantee your new hair will grow. They are the team that addressed my hair loss, and I recommend them to everyone. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar. Advanced Hair's summer sales event is on for a limited time. So get the details and schedule your free consultation today. 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and make the call now while their summer savings event is still on. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Americans love using their credit cards, the most secure and hassle-free way to pay. But D.C. politicians want to change that with the Durbin-Marshall credit card bill. This bill lets corporate megastores pick how your credit card is processed, allowing them to use untested payment networks that jeopardize your data security and rewards. Corporate megastores will make more money, and you pay the price. Tell Congress to guard your card, because Americans lose when politicians choose. Learn more at guardyourcard.com. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
People matter isn't just a saying at Harnish Auto Family. It's how they do business. For over 40 years, they've built a stellar reputation on trust, respect, and great deals. Visit HarnishAutoFamily.com to find your next car. Harnish Auto Family. People matter.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It is 6:30. President Trump is warning he may not reach a decision on attacking Iran until the last minute. Sources say plans have already been drawn up should the U.S. decide to join Israel in its offensive against Iran's nuclear programs.
CBS News reporter Jared Hill has more.
A seventh day of fighting between Israel and Iran, and CBS News has learned President Donald Trump has approved plans to attack Iran as well. That's according to senior U.S. intelligence and defense sources. But so far, no decision on if he'll launch strikes.
I like to make the final decision 1 second before it's due, because things change. Especially with war.
Sources say President Trump is waiting to see if Iran will abandon its nuclear program.
Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I've been saying it for a long time. And I think they were a few weeks away from having one.
The State Department says it started evacuating non-essential personnel and their families from the U.S. Embassy in Israel. It's warning Americans to leave Iran now.
On Capitol Hill, lawmakers from both parties have introduced resolutions in the House and Senate aimed at blocking the president from launching strikes.
With the manhunt for Travis Decker heating up in central Washington, Chelan County Sheriff Mike Morrison is now consulting investigators from some of the nation's most notorious fugitive cases.
In a one-on-one interview, Morrison vowed he won't rest until Decker is caught, and KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey has the story.
Yeah, Charlie, one of those high-profile cases is the 21-day search for Jorge Alcantara Gonzalez, the 2020 murder suspect who hid in the woods of Kittitas County, breaking into cabins and stealing food from campsites. Morrison tells me he's also talking with an investigator who worked the 5-year manhunt for Olympic Park bomber Eric Rudolph.
I asked, I said, hey, what efforts did you guys implement when you were doing this search? What did you learn? And you look for knowledgeable, experienced leaders like that. I've also reached out to one of the FBI agents that was assigned to the Eric Rudolph case. And, he told me, he's like, hey, that was a 5-year effort. And it really was that patrol deputy on the road that saw a subject dumpster diving, contacted him, and there was Eric Rudolph, and he was taken into custody.
There is a new search area for Decker in Kittitas County. Deputies there asking people to be on the lookout, to check their trail cameras, their ring cameras for any signs of Decker. Morrison tells me he is convinced Decker is still alive. He says there are a lot of caves and old mine shafts and areas for him to hide in the mountains throughout Chelan County. But even if Decker did pre-stash food supplies in the wilderness, Morrison says at some point those are going to run out.
The struggle is real. You can get water and you can build shelter, but you start getting into the challenges of providing food for yourself. That becomes more taxing. So we believe that if he is out there and he hasn't, prepared and put himself out there to a point where he'd have supplies readily available, he's going to start coming back in towards civilization. I would hope he has no friends or allies out here in society. And I think that's going to make it tougher for him to evade us.
And finally, Morrison says he will not stop until Decker is captured.
And make sure that Peyton, Evelyn, and Olivia's voices are heard, because the act was heinous and evil, and we certainly want to make sure that they did not die and no one was held accountable for it.
Charlie and Amanda, we're now into week number 3 in the search for Decker. Morrison is hopeful that Decker will make a mistake soon, and they will be there if someone spots him.
Thank you, Luke. From ferries to freeways, travel is about to hit your wallet a little harder. The Washington State Standard reports ferry fares will rise by 3% this October and again next May. There will also be a new 3% credit card fee coming next spring, plus a higher summer surcharge.
Transit agencies will take a hit, too. Starting October 1st, buses and van pools will lose their toll exemption on the 520 bridge and Tacoma Narrows. That change is part of a larger plan to help fill a $1 billion hole in the state's transportation budget. Meanwhile, the Center Square says tolling on the I-5 bridge between Vancouver and Portland is delayed until 2027. When it does start, tolls will rise faster than originally planned by 3.25% in years 2 and 3.
Now let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk, where Sully is watching the roads this morning.
And don't forget, they're already in the process of setting the tolls for the new 167 corridor that extends from Puyallup over to I-5. Even though they haven't turned one shovel of dirt yet. Those are starting, I think, around 2030, but they're already starting to think about what the tolls are going to be like there.
More fun news from Sully.
Hooray! Yeah. Looking at the roads now, we're enjoying a really easy drive. As you might expect, we're picking up a couple extra customers here and there. So give yourself about 40 minutes to go from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. Canyon Park's probably by far the worst part of either one of those drives. Northbound I-5 has picked up a little bit of braking at the Michigan curve through all the weaving and merging, so you're going to need about 40 minutes as well from Federal Way to Seattle. 40 is a popular number because that's what it is from Puyallup to Renton. Brake lights in and out of the Auburn area, but not too bad. And then after that, Renton to Bellevue has some action at the top of the S-curves. 20 minutes on the drive up into Bellevue. This report brought to you by Superior Linen Service. You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service help your company look good with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, and more. SUPLinen.com.
Our forecast, it's going to be a pretty nice day today. Partly sunny and 71. We'll see the clouds build later in the afternoon. And then by tomorrow, Friday, look for some drizzle in the morning and a high of 60. Summer arrives tomorrow evening just after 7 o'clock. Saturday looks like it's going to be rainy and 60. A little bit of a break. We'll get to some sun breaks by Sunday afternoon with scattered showers throughout the day and a high of 70. It's 54 in Seattle right now.
6:36. Now, markets are closed for Juneteenth, but there is plenty of business news we are following this morning, including more layoffs coming to Microsoft.
According to Bloomberg, Microsoft is expected to announce thousands of job cuts early next month, which would be after the end of its fiscal year. A lot, but not all of those cuts would be in sales. Just last month, 6,000 workers were laid off at Microsoft. Most of them held product and engineering positions. At the end of June of 2024, Microsoft had 228,000 workers. 45,000 of them were in sales and marketing. Frank Lindsay, KIRO Newsradio.
So far, no comment from Microsoft.
A rare safety warning from federal investigators, this one about Boeing 737 MAX jets. The National Transportation Safety Board says smoke could enter the cockpit or cabin. It happens when birds hit the engine and damage a key safety system. That system is supposed to reduce vibrations, but it can also leak hot oil. That oil can send smoke through the plane's ventilation system. The NTSB says pilots may not fully understand the risk. They're urging the Federal Aviation Administration to make sure crews are informed. Boeing and GE Aerospace say they are already working on software fixes.
New promises from Boeing at this week's Paris Air Show. They are reiterating plans to unveil new planes, and soon. The previously delayed 777-9s will enter into service next year. They're described as larger and more fuel efficient. At the Air Show, Boeing also released their 20-year forecast, announcing a demand for 44,000 new planes. Despite the announcements, Bloomberg reports Boeing executives canceled multiple appearances at that Paris show. It's likely in response to last week's deadly 787 Dreamliner crash in India.
Here's a heads up if you've ever worked at Din Tai Fung. The city says the popular dumpling chain owes more than $500,000 to workers. According to the Seattle Times, the company didn't give proper breaks or pay. That money, about $567,000, will go to more than 1,200 current and former employees, including cooks, servers, and kitchen staff at the locations in Pacific Place, University Village, and Soto. Those violations happened between early 2020 and late 23. Din Tai Fung says it's improving how it tracks breaks and trains managers.
A Yakima County juice company will have to pay up. Valley Processing and its former owner, Mary Ann Bleisner, owe more than $742,000. She's also on probation for 3 years. Federal inspectors say they found mold, animal waste, even dead critters in the juice. This happened at a plant in Sunnyside between 2016 and 2019. Bleisner admitted to selling that juice and not registering the facility. The FDA says the juice was unsafe and unsanitary.
Well, the Federal Reserve held its interest rate steady yesterday, as we hear from CBS Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady.
We talked to the Federal Reserve chair, didn't have any interest rate change just as predicted, but I did ask him, I said, look, when does the wait and see approach become too much and actually hurt rather than help the American consumer, because they want lower mortgage rates, auto loans, small businesses want those loans. And he essentially said we need to get price stability. There is too much uncertainty when it comes to tariffs, but he didn't have a lot of clarity. He said, I don't know what way this is all going to go.
Now a word from KIRO 7 TV, KIRO 7 News. Watch KIRO 7 News at 4, 5, and 6 only on KIRO 7 TV.
All right, Sully, where's your traffic hotspot?
Right now, it's northbound 167 getting in and out of the Auburn area, so we'll break it down for you coming up next.
Jake and Spike.
How you doing today?
Oh, fabulous.
You're looking a little, are you a little glum?
No,
oh, you're fabulous.
Fabulous. I'm faking it till I make it.
Good for you.
I'm a transmission fluid half full kind of guy.
Oh, that's nice.
How's that?
You need that today.
I do need that today.
Because you're having some car troubles. Is that okay that I tell people that?
Yeah, of course it is. You know, we live our lives. We live our lives for the betterment and enjoyment of this city.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
On KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
Here in the Pacific Northwest, windows can be one of the best investments you can make to add value to your home. At Dunn Lumber, we have designated Marvin window specialists who have been trained by Marvin to best serve your needs. If you need help finding the right windows for your home, come by one of our 4 Dunn Lumber window showrooms. Or reach out to me personally, Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
Dunn Lumber, building success together.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places that I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide.
based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Your life and your loved ones' lives depends on what you've done to prepare. Disasters, shortages, supply chain failures, they're not ifs, they're wins. Don't be left without life-saving medication. The JACE case is a prescribed set of emergency antibiotics, life-saving medications you have on hand before you need them, offering peace of mind, no panicking, fast, affordable, and could save your life. Go to jase.com. Use code RADIO for a discount, because once the shelves are empty, it's already too late.
Hey there, Dawn Riling with Olympic Hot Tub. Today is the last day to save big during our mid-year clearance spectacular. All 8 of our Puget Sound showrooms are open until 6 p.m. This is your last chance for incredible savings on one-of-a-kind saltwater hot spring spas, plus deep discounts on pre-owned tubs, swim spas, and saunas. Do not miss this. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
Subaru of Puyallup is known for making your car buying experience stress-free no matter what. Olivia here from Subaru of Puyallup. We've provided stress-free sales and service through storms, supply hiccups, even a pandemic. You can count on a stress-free experience no matter what's around the corner. Right now, we have over 300 brand new Subaru vehicles on the lot with stress-free pricing plus excellent stress-free trade-in values. Come in and secure today's pricing on tomorrow's car at Subaru of Puyallup.
Summer's fast approaching, which makes this the perfect time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank. Get ahead of the game with services like payment processing so customers can buy through kiosk, mobile, online, contactless, whatever way they want to pay. Plus, get industry-leading security and personalized help from dedicated IT support so you can get back to the important stuff. WaFd Bank has the knowledge and experience to make your business goals a reality. WaFd Bank, built for business. Visit wafdbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
6:43. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And on this Juneteenth, we are definitely seeing fewer customers out on the road today. We're enjoying a nice, easy drive. There are a couple of places where you are going to hit the brakes pretty hard, but you're going to get out of them a lot faster than normal. One of those spots, northbound 167, right there at Highway 18 in Auburn. But the weaving and merging there was much lighter than normal. I mean, we're 40 minutes from Puyallup to Renton, and that's probably a little bit more than you actually need. And then the Renton S-curves just have a little braking between the Maple Valley Highway and SR 900, so a lot calmer there. Only 20 minutes to go up into Bellevue. So all in all, we're looking at under 40 minutes to go from Auburn to Bellevue, which is a pretty good travel time. Olympia to Tacoma has no issues. Tacoma itself is super quiet. Federal Way to Seattle, a couple of brake lights past the Kent Des Moines Road, a little bit past the West Seattle Bridge. A little over 40 minutes to make the drive now, but not by much. The lake bridges are quiet. Coming down from the north end, a little west end slowing across the trestle, but that's really nothing. And then away from Canyon Park and Bothell a little bit. So 40 minutes probably from Everett to Bellevue, and about 37 from Everett to Seattle. So both of those drives look really, really good, and nothing on the lake bridges. Even 18 over Tiger Mountain's a little lighter than you might expect. This report is brought to you by the Office of the Insurance Commissioner of Washington State. You can help stop Medicare fraud by reporting anything suspicious to the Washington State Health Insurance Benefits Advisors, known as SHEBA. Learn more by searching online for Washington State Medicare fraud.
And our forecast now looks like a pretty decent day. We're going to see a mix of clouds and sunshine, warming up to 71 for today. For tomorrow, though, who's ready for summer? I am. It's going to be raining and 60. Just drizzle, nothing too major. Saturday, more steady rain and a high of 60, and then we'll get a break from all the rain by Sunday afternoon. Scattered showers in the morning hours and 70. Right now it's 54 and partly sunny in Seattle.
6:45 now. 2 former HGTV stars launching a very different type of reality show. Here's Katrina Gishard.
This one is for Little House on the Prairie fans. The new show is called Back to the Frontier. It's about 3 families living without any modern comforts, taking a step back in time to survive like people would have in the 1800s. Here's a clip.
There's only 2 beds. I'm not sharing a bed.
Why are we complaining about this?
I didn't anticipate it would be this difficult just to find 3 vegetables for dinner tonight.
We sit on that?
It's the 1800s.
This house, the living situation, it's just hard.
This is what you have to do to survive.
So would you be willing to try this experiment with your family?
No.
I don't like
Where's
to
my
brag.
phone?
I've done something like this twice. Once in the outback in Australia, there was zero technology.
Oh, my
And we had
goodness.
to hunt crab for our food.
How long ago?
This was in college, so I'm going to say about 7 years ago.
Okay.
And then again, with my husband in Kenya, we were on a safari for a week. So again, zero technology, hunting for our food, making our own fires, and doing our own tents. So that was pre-kids, obviously, but with kids, because my kids are so young and we don't allow them to really interact with technology and TV, I think we'd be okay, honestly.
How would you describe it? Was it fun?
Honestly, it was, because you just have zero interruptions from media, from technology, and you're just embracing the outdoors. And we love the outdoors, especially being here in Washington. So it would be fun. And every time we go camping, especially with our kids, we feel relaxed and just rejuvenated. So I would do this. I'm a little weary about the bathroom situation, though. So we'll see about that. I mean, things like discarding makeup and all those other comforts, I'm okay with.
Okay.
I don't know. By the way, this is a reality show?
Yes.
Yeah. They stole it from The Simpsons.
Oh, okay.
That happened to Homer.
Everything can be traced back to a Simpsons
that
episode.
happened to they went on a reality show exactly like this 20 years ago.
So not an original idea is what you're telling me.
Yep.
Okay.
You ever play the Oregon Trail? Because this is the Oregon Trail, too.
I never did.
Okay.
I would get dysentery.
You would die of dysentery.
Probably,
We know. All right, coming up, Luke Ducey joins us. He has this week's Tech Talk talking about the cyber war between Iran and Israel. That aspect of the conflict on the way here on Seattle's Morning News.
Concur Technologies seeks developer at their Bellevue, Washington location responsible for development focusing on design, coding, testing, quality assurance of specific product features in a development team. Analyze and solve issues in existing and new code. Provide application implementation services typically within the boundaries of specifications and project plans. Support design activities, including requirement analysis and design documentation. Hybrid work model. Base salary is between $132,330 and $166,500. Health insurance, 401k, and other benefits located at SAP North America Benefits. Total compensation of base salary plus incentives is between $132,330 and $185,000. Apply at jobs.sap.com. Use requisition ID 424911. Apply at jobs.sap.com. Use requisition ID 424911. Apply at jobs.sap.com. Use requisition ID 424911.
Right now, Kia of Everett has over 400 new vehicles available, and the great part, they're tariff-free. Hi, I'm Eric Butler, the general manager with Kia of Everett. Tariff-free means you're going to save thousands of dollars. And our terrific lease and financing offers can help you purchase your new Kia now while the timing is right. The best drive to tariff-free savings is to Kia of Everett, where we make owning a new Kia simple, easy, and fun. Visit Kia of Everett at kiaofeverett.com.
Jim Singletary here, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, where we're not afraid to tell you no. Looking for a roofing company that'll do cheap, fast work and just cover up the problem? No, that's not us. Want a quick quote without a real inspection? Nope. Just want a price without knowing your options? Not happening. Look, we don't want to tell you no, but if saying yes means cut corners, bad results, or wasted money, we won't do it. Period. And here's the deal. Seattle gets 150 rainy days a year. That's not wait and see weather, it's call RoofSmart now weather. We say no to leaky roofs, sloppy work, and bad estimates, and yes to thorough inspections, accurate quotes, and top quality work that actually lasts. So if you want an honest roofer who's not afraid to say no to bad work, call RoofSmart today at 206-487-4877 or visit GetRoofSmart.com. That's 206-487-4877 or GetRoofSmart.com.
Guys, want long-term health you can count on? It starts with knowing your numbers. This June, for Men's Health Month, Revive Seattle is offering a free comprehensive wellness panel, a $400 value, including testosterone, blood sugar, heart health, and more. Take control of your health today and stay strong for the long haul. Offer ends June 30th. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com today.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
This week in Tech Talk, as the conflict between Israel and Iran ramps up, there's another war, a silent war happening at the same time.
KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey talked with a cybersecurity expert about the cyber war between the two countries, which has the potential to do just as much damage as recent rocket attacks.
We have seen years of cyber war back and forth between these two states.
Cybersecurity expert Kristen Flynn Goodwin worked at Microsoft for 2 decades, tracking some of the world's most notorious hackers, many working for the Israeli and Iranian militaries.
The Israeli army is well known for its cyber capabilities, and its Unit 8200 is world class. The Iran Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, and its Mabna Institute are also very well known.
And since Israel launched its initial missile attack on Tehran last week, it appears both sides have unleashed a new round of cyber attacks, potentially leading to lethal consequences.
Cyber warfare can be dangerous. Should a nation state choose to escalate and use its tactics to go after a piece of critical infrastructure, like an operational control in heating or electrical systems all around our country, or if they wanted to get into a water system.
In 2023, according to the FBI and NSA, cyber criminals linked to the Iranian military hacked into Israeli-made controls used to run multiple water systems at facilities across the United States. Last week, one cybersecurity company estimated Iranian cyber attacks have increased now 700% against Israeli targets, including text messages sent to thousands of people threatening terror attacks. And just days ago, 2 leading cyber firms urged American companies to proactively bolster their cyber defenses, noting a history of Iranian state-sponsored hackers targeting U.S. infrastructure during previous conflicts. On the other side, last September, the Israeli government was blamed for communications devices dramatically exploding across Lebanon, including phones and pagers, some used by the Iran-backed terrorist group Hezbollah. 3 days ago, an Israeli hacking group called Predatory Sparrow took credit for a cyber attack that destroyed the data of Bank SEPA. They claimed the bank was an institution used by the Iranian government to circumvent international sanctions and fund Hamas, its ballistic missile program, and its military nuclear program. Flynn Goodwin, who's a managing partner at Advanced Cyber Law and works closely with former White House cyber experts, says there is no doubt both Israel and Iran are hacking into each other's systems right now to survey damage caused by their own missile attacks.
That's how intelligence works.
But will either side launch a major cyber attack to cripple power grids or fuel pipelines?
I think that's too early to tell, and I can't really speculate what that will look like.
She does warn all of us should do what we can to stay cyber safe.
If you've got devices that haven't been updated in a while, now is the time. Geopolitical turmoil is usually a good reminder to check your window and door locks, and that includes making sure that your devices are updated and ready to withstand any incoming hits.
You know, I know it sounds far-fetched, it really does, but several U.S. cyber firms are saying the exact same thing. Companies and regular people, you and me, you listening, make sure you're paying attention to potential cybersecurity issues stemming from this ongoing conflict.
Luke, thank you. It's 6:54. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And we're enjoying a really easy drive on this holiday today. No, a couple of places have a few brake lights, but they're really not. They don't amount to much. If you're coming out of the Auburn area on northbound 167, you just have the normal stuff just right there, but it doesn't extend very far. 20 minutes to get you up into the Renton area from Auburn, 40 all the way. And then Renton to Bellevue's got some brake lights in the S-curves, but a 20-minute trip to Bellevue was great. Southbound 5, no issues from basically Arlington all the way into Seattle. Only 35 minutes out of Everett, and a little bit of braking at Canyon Park. 405 is about 40 minutes from Everett to Bellevue. The lake bridges are fine. Federal Way to Seattle's a little over 40 minutes, depending on how you hit the volume at the West Seattle Bridge. This report brought to you by Global Credit Union, where members enjoy no-fee accounts and early payday with direct deposit. Learn more at globalcu.org.
A partly sunny day for today, warming up to 71. Things will change tomorrow, staying cloudy with some drizzle at times as we welcome summer in the evening. High tomorrow of 60. Right now, partly sunny and 54 in the city.
Coming up, CBS News with the latest on the escalating tensions between Israel and Iran, and we'll go in depth with Jeff McCausland at 7:15. You're listening to Seattle's Morning News. This is KIRO News Radio.
KIRO Newsradio is right there with you.
A big story developing this morning
on your smart speaker before you head out the door.
We get the latest live from KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey.
Huge impacts for Boeing and Boeing workers.
The office, the gym, anywhere.
Water, like taxes, goes all the way down to the bottom, so it'll either come out of the employee's paycheck or the lack of raise.
KIRO Newsradio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Hey, it's John Curley with Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. Doc, I heard that 50% of Americans have their lenses replaced by the time they're 75.
That's exactly right, John. As we near 50, our eye's natural lens starts to become dysfunctional. If you've now added readers to your need for glasses and contacts, it's a sign the quality and function of your natural lens is fading, and it's a steady decline towards cataracts.
Don't go another 20 plus years with poor vision, hassling with contacts and readers. Do what I did. Choose a quick, painless refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE and start enjoying great vision now.
Our new lens technology is truly amazing. After replacing over 100,000 lenses, we have the experience to guide each patient to their best solution, even if that's recommending you wait a little while before RLE.
K2 Vision RLE can restore distance and near vision permanently, plus never develop a cataract. Read the reviews and schedule a free Zoom consultation now at k2visionrle.com.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on mynorthwest.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with available financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you. Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez, upping the ante in the Israel-Iran conflict. Day 7, and the IDF announced last hour Iran used a missile with multiple warheads in an attack on a medical facility, posing a new challenge to Israel's Iron Dome air defense system. CBS's Robert Berger reports from Jerusalem.
One missile crashed into Soroka Hospital. That's the biggest hospital in southern Israel, serving around 1 million people, causing massive damage, blowing out windows, breaking down walls. Amazingly, though, there were no serious injuries because most of the hospital had been evacuated. A lot of hospitals now operating in rooms underground.
President Trump says he's still weighing his options on whether or not the U.S. will join Israel's offensive. Correspondent Ed O'Keefe is at the White House.
CBS News has learned the president approved unspecified attack plans as an option, but is holding off in case Iran agrees to abandon its nuclear program.
The FDA has approved a twice-a-year injection to prevent HIV. CBS News chief medical correspondent Dr. John LaPook.
This is huge. I remember my first patient with HIV/AIDS, March of 1981, first bed on the left. He died, and so did every single patient with HIV I saw for years.
The price tag on that drug is huge, too, $28,000 a year. It's still unclear how much insurance will cover. Summer doesn't officially begin until tomorrow, but it'll be hotter than July in many parts of the country today.
Many places will see 100 degrees well into next week. The National Weather Service has posted extreme heat watches across parts of Nebraska, South Dakota, Minnesota, and all of Iowa. Santi Pantino is trying to beat the heat in Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
I mainly just stay inside, try to get out of the sun, drink a lot of water too, and just kind of like just hang out.
There's a good chance of severe weather, including a tornado threat today from North Carolina all the way to northern New England. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
Hurricane Eric made landfall in the western part of Mexico's Oaxaca state this morning. Forecasters had upgraded the system to an extremely dangerous Category 4 before lowering it to a Cat 3 just before it blew ashore with maximum sustained winds of 125 miles an hour. Booking a trip, trying to pick an airline, the points guy Brian Kelly has released his latest ranking. Number 1 for the 7th year in a row, Delta.
They score very strongly across the board. They were still the most reliable on-time airline in America.
Kelly revealed on CBS Mornings United is a close second, followed by Southwest, Alaska, and Hawaiian Airlines. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
7:03 Thursday morning. It's Juneteenth. We check the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk with Sully.
And because of the holiday, we are seeing a very light commute today, as you might expect. We've got Renton to Bellevue with some brake lights right there in the S-curves, but a 20-minute trip to make the drive for you is not too bad, so plan on pretty easy drive up that 405 corridor. Behind that, the Valley Freeway, not much in Auburn even, 40 minutes from end to end. Olympia to Tacoma is only a half an hour, and Pierce County in general, if you're heading north, is going to be quiet. Federal Way to Seattle, no real issues till you get up to about the West Seattle Bridge, and then just a little bit of braking. About 23 minutes out of South Center is putting us a little over 40 all the way from Federal Way. Olympia, Everett to Seattle, no issues. I mean, it's freeway speed and all green on the map. 405, a little bit of braking in Canyon Park, so it's about 40 minutes. Down to Seattle is about 35. The Lake Bridges are great. This report brought to you by Pro Sculpt, the one-day permanent fat loss skin tightening solution for men and women, offered by New Skin Med Spa in Bellevue. Book your free consultation, prosculpt.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from Eastlake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
At 7:04, in the hunt for fugitive father Travis Decker, Chelan County deputies are chasing every possible lead. This includes tips from psychics.
In a one-on-one interview, Sheriff Mike Morrison reveals why they're listening and whether he believes Decker is still alive.
And KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey joins us live with the story.
Yeah, Charlie, Sheriff Morrison tells me they have analyzed hundreds of tips from around the country, including those tips from psychics trying to find Travis Decker. And he tells me some of those psychic tips were relevant enough to share with federal investigators.
They've reached out and they've given some theories, and of course, we've made an effort to look into some of those, and we appreciate them just being willing to, offer their services.
Sheriff Morrison also tells me all of the physical evidence they've collected so far points directly to Decker, but they are constantly trying to get into the mind of Decker as well. They even have a U.S. Marshals psychologist on site with them in Wenatchee.
How he thinks, what might be motivating him, who he knows, where he might want to go. Because up to this point,
I've never heard of his name, so we want to go through and do what we can to have a better understanding of who he is.
Finally, I asked Morrison if he thinks Decker is still alive.
I do believe he's still alive, and until I find something that would prove otherwise, we're going to consider that he is alive.
What makes you think that he is still alive?
Have not found a body. And at this point, I figured if that had been the case, just the amount of people who do come and recreate here in Chelan County, that we would have found something. But we're going to continue to take into account that we'll either find him in one state or the other.
Yeah, Charlie and Amanda, there is a new search area for Decker as well in Kittitas County. Deputies there asking everyone in that area to be on the lookout and check their trail cameras and their ring cameras for any signs of Decker.
Thank you, Luke. 7:06 now. We now know a teenager shot outside Lincoln High School in Tacoma was a former student, not currently enrolled there.
Now police are stepping up patrols around schools this week as we hear from KIRO Newsradio's Jillian Raftery.
Students first heard the gunshots Tuesday afternoon. Then a 16-year-old boy walked into a nearby business with a gunshot wound. He's recovering now, but investigators are going through surveillance video, trying to find out whether there was some kind of fight. Police say the extra patrols are going to stick around until school is out at the end of this week. Jillian Raftery for KIRO News Radio.
At this point, no arrests have been made.
As tensions rise between Israel and Iran, people at Seattle's Cal Anderson Park rallied against the violence. Yesterday, protesters told KIRO 7 TV they're calling for an end to aggression and a support for human rights.
From Gaza to Iran, we oppose the aggressive war. We oppose genocide, and we oppose Israeli aggression against our nation.
Iranian American speakers emphasized the distinction between the people of Iran and ending the ruling regime, highlighting decades of oppression and a growing hope for freedom.
Seattle's tradition for news and conversation. This is Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor.
What a nice little ditty. I love this song.
You enjoy a good ditty.
I do.
Okay.
It is Thursday, June 19th. Thanks for joining us here on Seattle's Morning News. Chris Sullivan is here, bobbing his head, too, and doing traffic every 10 minutes on the threes.
We have producer David Burbank in the studio. Katrina Gashard out at the news desk. Nick Krasia is out today. The very capable Ian Douglas is running the board for us.
Mariners. We'll move
Moving
along.
on.
Didn't have a chance. Didn't win the series, so we're going to move along. Coming up this hour on the show, CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland will break down what's at stake if the U.S. chooses to get involved in the conflict between Israel and Iran.
And Ursula Reutin stops by. Restaurant patrons in our state are tipping less, according to some new data. She joins us with her thoughts.
It's 7:08. Washington lawmakers hitting back at yesterday's Supreme Court ruling. In a 6-3 vote, justices moved to uphold Tennessee's ban on gender-affirming care for youth. Senator Patty Murray criticized the vote on social media, writing, quote, "The fight for trans rights doesn't end at the Supreme Court." Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal, who has a transgender daughter, issued this rebuke.
This decision, while it only affects Tennessee, will open other states up to putting similar discriminatory laws into effect. And it's all to score political points.
Many leaders in Tennessee are praising the ruling. The state's governor called it historic. The attorney general says that, quote, the common sense of Tennessee voters prevailed.
King County Assessor John Wilson is going to court to get a temporary restraining order against him dismissed. His former fiancee, Lee Keller, filed for the TRO. Wilson says he never posed any danger to her. In a Facebook post yesterday, Wilson says on June 30th, he will ask the court to dismiss the restraining order. Earlier, he told KIRO News Radio's John Curley this month that both sides had signed off on dismissing the order.
She's reneged on what she already signed and was ready to be filed with the court.
We have reached out to Keller for comment. Earlier this month, she released a statement through her attorney that said she had no intention of dropping the TRO. Wilson is running for King County Executive.
A fugitive who escaped custody at SeaTac Airport as he was about to be extradited to Kentucky in May is back in custody. KIRO 7 TV's Jason Sloss reports U.S. Marshals found Cedric Stevenson yesterday.
He didn't make it far. He was picked up in Seattle. Stevenson was originally wanted on assault, gun, and drug charges. The woman was also arrested and charged for helping Stevenson escape.
Illegally made fireworks caused a house to go up in flames on Whidbey Island. KIRO 7 TV's Ranji Sinha is at the scene with more on the explosion in Oak Harbor Tuesday.
The fire chief's telling me someone inside was trying to make homemade fireworks inside when something went wrong. Now, the fire chief said a man in his 40s was killed. His two parents were also inside the home. They managed to get out safely. Now, fire crews from multiple agencies responded and essentially had to carry nearly 3,000 gallons of water with them to douse this fire. As for the man at the center of this explosion, investigators tell me he was not licensed to be handling explosives.
Bellevue police say he trafficked women for sex and used violence to control them. According to Como TV, Cedric Dorsey II is going to prison for 35 years. One woman said he stomped on her face and forced her to hand all of her earnings over. He moved her between cities like Seattle, Kent, and Renton, even out to Las Vegas. Detectives used Dorsey's social media posts about being a pimp to help build their case. They also found $12,000 in cash and 3 guns in his home. Prosecutors say this case shows how traffickers exploit people and how justice can catch up.
Newly released body cam video shows first responders working to save people who were in a car that plunged off the water off the Edmonds Ferry dock while fleeing police Tuesday night.
I'm going to toss this closer to you. Okay, wait. We have one out of the water.
Washington State Patrol says 2 people are dead, 3 are seriously injured following the deadly police chase. The driver was a 29-year-old man from Tulalip. A 48-year-old woman, a 45-year-old woman were both killed. Witnesses say the suspect's car was weaving in and out of traffic with its lights off.
There is a confirmed case of tuberculosis at a Greenwood retirement community. We learn more from KIRO Newsradio's Frank Lindsay.
A person at Aegis Living has been diagnosed with an active case of TB. So as a precaution, public health officials want 47 people associated with that facility to be tested. TB usually affects the lungs, but it can affect other body parts too. It's spread by coughing or sneezing, but it's not easily spread like COVID, a cold, or the flu. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
At 7:12, let's get a check on weather brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. KIRO 7 TV meteorologist Nick Allard is here as we're getting ready for summer, Nick.
It's almost here. Yep, tomorrow night at 7:42, we make the switch, and right around the time the showers will start to increase and become a little more widespread. But today, we just have a mix of clouds and sun to start. It's a really nice morning, mostly just a lot of sunshine. You will see clouds here and there, so it's not going to be totally just clear, but it won't be overcast. I think partly cloudy is a good representation for where we're going. We're in the 40s and 50s now, and I think we'll get to about 70, 71. Average today is 72, so right about where you're supposed to be. Just not widespread sun all day. Tomorrow we see scattered showers increasing. We only get to about 60, and I think your showers pick up as the afternoon and evening goes on with just a few in the morning. And then you're looking for widespread rain into early on Saturday. It will taper off in the afternoon, so you're not going to find as much rain for the afternoon, but you're still only getting to about 60. And then do expect to see just a couple of lingering showers on Sunday. Not much. You're more dry than wet. And into early next week, we're just back to sunshine again and highs that are approaching the upper 70s and lower 80s. So it truly is going to warm up a lot again, but we do have a couple days worth of rain, and we need the rain. We need it now, so it's good that we're getting it.
All right, Nick, right now in Seattle, we have cloudy skies, a few sun breaks. It's 53.
And the time is 7:13. We do traffic every 10 minutes on the 3s. Head back to Chris Sullivan. He's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And our biggest trouble spot right now is the 405 northbound corridor, right there through the heart of the Renton S-curves. And by problem, I'm being a little facetious. I mean, it's really just some brake lights up past SR 900, and then after that, it's a nice and easy drive. But 25 minutes now from Renton to Bellevue. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, no issues for you guys. About 35 minutes from end to end, which is great at this time of day. Of course, the holiday, the reason. Looking at Olympia to Tacoma at about 30 minutes, and then Federal Way to Seattle a little over 40, depending on how you hit the volume, right as you get towards the West Seattle Bridge and on past that up into this downtown core. Coming down out of the north end, still pretty quiet everywhere you're going. A little bit of braking through Canyon Park, but it's manageable. We've got about a 40-minute trip from Everett into Bellevue, about 38 from Everett into Seattle. The Lake bridges are still in fine shape. This traffic report brought to you by AAA. You know what's fun? Summer. You know what's not? Summer on the side of the highway. Join AAA Washington today and keep your summer moving.
It's now 7:14, and Katrina Gishard tells us a Seattle rock and roll icon's birthday is today.
Any guesses?
Oh, there are lots of Seattle rock icons, aren't there?
Jimi Hendrix.
No. Rock singer Ann Wilson. She turns 75 today.
Barracuda.
She and her sister Nancy front the group Heart, of course. Last summer, Ann was diagnosed with cancer.
I'm doing absolutely fine now, but it's been, to put it mildly, a lot.
After undergoing surgery and chemotherapy, she took the rest of 2024 off to recover. Now she's gearing up for a return to the stage this year.
And her voice has held up. You think about
sure.
all the male rock stars, they are blown out at age 75. She sounds awesome.
She's one of the best in rock music. That voice is something else.
Yeah. 7:15 now.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show, Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
Well, tensions continue to build as the violent conflict between Israel and Iran moves forward, while President Trump weighs the potential for involvement in the war.
And joining us now is CBS military analyst and retired U.S. Army Colonel Jeff McCausland, who also served on the National Security Council. Jeff, good morning. I think the story this morning is what is happening inside the White House, the Situation Room, as the president is considering joining this fight. What are you observing, and what are your thoughts as we move closer to U.S. involvement?
Well, we got a military problem and we've got a political problem. The president left the G7 summit early because of this emerging crisis. Returned to Washington, has been meeting with his senior leadership in the sit room, most notably like the SecDef, SecState, Chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, and they've been reviewing the military plans for possible attack on this nuclear facility at Fordo, and then participating in this war between Israel and Iran. Those attack plans, frankly, have been created a number of years ago. They were begun even during the Biden administration as part of, a contingency operation, should that, in fact, be required. So there's nothing really new under the sun here in terms of the plan. They're just reviewing that plan and making sure that it meets the requirements. And the requirement is, of course, to destroy the facility. But based on the target set that the Israelis are using right now, it appears to me they now may be moving towards regime change. The question then becomes, does the president make that decision to move ahead? And that brings you to the political problem. Last time I checked my Constitution, decisions to go to war were made by the United States Senate. And clearly, an attack on a sovereign country like Iran by the United States, I think, would be construed as that. And so the question then is, will the president go into that and actively involve Congress in a vote on whether or not the United States goes to war?
This is awful, but I'm sure I'm not alone in this. I run to my phone or the computer or TV every morning to see if World War III has begun. What is really the expectation if the U.S. does get involved?
Well, there's pluses and minuses, man. Of course, the plus being that we would render the possibility, at least in the near term, of Iran acquiring a nuclear weapon, we would render that obsolete. That would be no longer in the cards. The second, perhaps, positive effect would be an end to the Iranian regime, which we know has been really antagonistic to the United States for many years. We were in Iraq. Iran was providing military assistance to Shiite militia groups operating in Iraq, providing them weaponry that killed many American soldiers. So we've had, poor relations ever since the 1979 revolution. Now, whether or not that then brings on a government that's more benign to its population and more willing to have good relations with the United States, that remains a question. The negative effects, of course, are Iran has threatened and would likely then attack U.S. forces, at least in the region. And we have about 40,000 troops in the region in Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, etc., as well as a large military force offshore. And that could widen this conflict very quickly. And then the question is, what happens within Iran? Does this bring on a more autocratic regime? Is there a possibility for a more democratic regime to emerge? Or might Iran just dissolve into some form of chaos? A country of 91 million people would make that very unstable and affect the entire region.
Well, excuse me for being skeptical, but I think it is important to remember that we entered the war against Iraq based on faulty intelligence and faulty assumptions as to how the people there would react to a United States presence. Give us just some insight here, Jeff. Is this a similar concern for Iran?
Absolutely. I mean, the metaphor is not perfect, but the metaphor certainly exists between our invasion of Iraq. And there's large reason to believe that perhaps one of our biggest allies in this potential conflict is the Iranian people. There's great opposition to the regime in Iran. Don't forget, just a few years ago, this same regime locked up about 20,000 Iranians because a young woman got arrested for not wearing her hijab correctly, and she died in prison. And they killed about 500 people during the demonstrations and the aftermath of that. So there's no great love lost between Iran and a large portion of its population. But I don't see or have not seen really an organized, political movement that could move quickly if, in fact, the regime was brought down.
We're speaking with CBS military analyst, retired U.S. Army Colonel Jeff McCausland. Jeff, can you offer some analysis on the particular strikes so far, where they've been and why?
Israel concentrated attacks initially against Iran's nuclear facility, most notably the enrichment facility at Natanz, which is built underground, but not that far underground, so Israeli aircraft could strike it, as well as other nuclear-related facilities throughout the country. They also, of course, went after missile launching facilities, their defense networks, and really ingeniously used some commandos to actually build a facility where they could launch drones inside Iran, not unlike what the Ukrainians did against the Russians a few weeks ago. They now have expanded that target set and are going after media, going after the Ministry of the Interior. And they've gone after an awful lot of Iranian leadership, nuclear scientists, military officers. They just, in the last 48 hours, killed the most senior military officer in Iran. And he'd only been in the job 4 days because his predecessor was killed by the Israelis a few days ago. So they're taking out the leadership, making it very difficult for, I think, the Iranians to organize a response as they see their number of launchers dwindle, their air defense weaken, and the leadership that controls all that being eliminated. And right now, of course, Israel enjoys full control of the skies over Iran. They have what we would call, in military terms, air supremacy, if not air superiority, if not outright air supremacy.
Jeff, as I was driving into work, it was around 3:40 this morning. I noticed dawn was starting to break. I came up with what I think might be kind of an educated guess here. The B-2 bomber needs to fly in stealth mode, basically when it is very dark out. We have a new moon approaching next Wednesday when it'll be at its darkest. Would some of the military planning tend to indicate that they would want to do this around midnight Tehran time when the moon is almost non-existent?
Yeah, there'd be a lot of factors brought to bear, Charlie, and that's really a very reasoned idea that you described. They want to come in at night as well because probably fewer civilians around the target set and therefore reduce collateral damage and damage to civilians. But also I think they're going to wait perhaps until all the firepower is in the region. We got one carrier battle group offshore, the Carl Vinson, have a second carrier battle group coming in from the Pacific, the Nimitz, and a third carrier battle group apparently now is moving to the Eastern Mediterranean, the Gerald Ford. They may want to wait until all that particular firepower is in the region, not to necessarily directly support a mission over Fordo, but to be in position to respond to anything that the Iranians might do in the aftermath. Furthermore, we've seen a movement of a large number of aerial tankers into the area. They'll want them in the position as well because they very likely want to refuel the B-2s either on their way in or on their way out, since they'll be coming out of Diego Garcia, which is still a pretty good haul to get to targets over Tehran.
And just real quick, Jeff, how long is it going to take to get the Nimitz and the Ford carrier groups there?
It's going to take a couple of days. The Nimitz will arrive pretty soon, the Ford a little bit later. So we're probably talking, I'd say, this weekend or early next week.
Okay.
We are relying on you heavily. Thank you very much for sharing your expertise with us. Some CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland.
At 7:23, we head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk now with Sully.
And we're seeing our volumes build just a little bit here on this holiday. There are a lot more brake lights past the West Seattle Bridge than there were just a little bit ago. But a 25-minute trip from South Center to downtown is not too bad, with 40 all the way from Federal Way. Got about a 40-minute trip or less now from Puyallup to Renton, just a little braking at the north end. And then Renton to Bellevue's about 25. Behind that, Olympia to Tacoma's only a half an hour. Coming down from the north end, looking really good. We've got about 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. Probably under that. It's all green on the map, but we've added some volume, so plan on just a little bit of slowing here and there, but definitely much better than most days by at least 20-25 minutes. Across the lake, we're still quiet. 18 over Tiger Mountains picked up a little bit of slowing, but really not too much to write home about. This report brought to you by Subaru Puyallup, which has you covered with over 300 new Subarus on the lot. Come in now so you can secure today's pricing on tomorrow's car at Subaru Puyallup, your stress-free dealership.
Our forecast, not too bad. Mix of clouds and sun this morning. We'll see the clouds build throughout the day, though. 71 our high and then some drizzle. By tomorrow, staying mostly cloudy and a high of 60. Looks the same on Saturday. Right now, it is partly sunny and 57 in Seattle.
Our Luke Ducey spoke with the Chelan County Sheriff about the search for Travis Decker. Luke's report is coming up. This is Seattle's Morning News.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Kick off your 4th of July weekend with a Mariners fireworks show at Seattle's summer home, T-Mobile Park. It's a Mariners patriotic party. Thursday, July 3rd, presented by T-Mobile. Fly ball right field. Sailing back. Gone! Legend, Cal Raleigh. Catch Cal and the crew take on the Royals at 7:10. Then stick around as the sky explodes with red, white, and boom. Fireworks and Mariners baseball. That's 2 spectacular shows in one unforgettable night.
J.P. Crawford with a walk-off single. Holy smokes, what a finish.
Lock in your seats now at mariners.com/fireworks and check out the full fireworks lineup this summer, including an 80s night on July 18th and Show Tunes theme on August 1st. Plus, don't miss big-time giveaways like patriotic trucker hats on July 4th and J.P. Crawford basketball jerseys on July 5th. Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
Get 0% financing for 72 months on Cat compact construction equipment at NC Machinery. Built for performance, durability, and comfort. Buy now and take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months at NC Machinery.
It's Olympic Hot Tubs Mid-Year Clearance Spectacular, June 28th and 29th from 9 to 6 at our Auburn warehouse. You'll find incredible savings on one-of-a-kind saltwater and pre-owned tubs, swim spas, and saunas. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At the Harnish Auto family, people matter isn't just a saying, it's how they do business. For over 40 years, their dealerships, Chevy, Buick, GMC, Volkswagen, Subaru of Puyallup, plus Chevrolet and Kia of Everett, have built a stellar reputation on trust, respect, and great deals. From supporting local charities to making sure every customer drives away happy, they're here for you. Stop by any of their dealerships or visit HarnishAutoFamily.com and find your next car today. Harnish Auto Family. People matter.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Need a new roof, a deck, siding, windows? Get up to $3,000 off any new installation. Hi, it's Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Home projects can add up fast, but we're here to help you save big. Book now and lock in up to $3,000 off in savings. That's $3,000 off any new installation. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
This week at Dimitro's Jazz Alley, iconic guitarist Bill Frisell returns with his trio, featuring Thomas Morgan and Rudy Royston. Catch 4 nights of genre-defying jazz, June 19th through the 22nd. Tickets at jazzalley.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
It's 7:31. Good morning. President Trump has approved attack plans on Iran, but has not made a final decision on whether to strike the country. This is according to a senior intelligence source, and it comes as strikes escalate between Israel and Iran.
Overnight, an Iranian missile slammed into a hospital in southern Israel, causing extensive damage and injuries. CBS News Middle East reporter Courtney Keeley has the latest.
Iran, with this direct hit, really shows that their ballistic missiles are penetrating and hitting a soft target, a hospital. Meanwhile, the internet is out in Iran, but I've gotten in touch with somebody there. Tehran is pretty much shut down. Some smaller cities are operating. Chrome, X, all of that is off. So we're not really hearing from Iranian people right now.
With the manhunt for Travis Decker heating up in central Washington, Chelan County Sheriff Mike Morrison is now consulting investigators from some of the nation's most notorious fugitive cases.
In a one-on-one interview with our Luke Ducey, Morrison vowed he won't rest until Decker is caught. Luke joins us live with the story.
Yeah, Charlie, one of those high-profile cases is the 21-day search for Jorge Alcantara Gonzalez, the 2020 murder suspect who hid in the woods of Kittitas County and near Blewett Pass, breaking into cabins and stealing food from campsites. Morrison tells me he's also talking with an investigator who worked the 5-year manhunt for the Olympic Park bomber Eric Rudolph.
I asked, I said, hey, what efforts did you guys implement when you were doing this search? What did you learn? And you look for knowledgeable, experienced leaders like that. I've also reached out to one of the FBI agents that was assigned to the Eric Rudolph case. And, he told me, he's like, hey, that was a 5-year effort. And it really was that patrol deputy on the road that saw a subject dumpster diving, contacted him, and there was Eric Rudolph, and he was taken into custody.
Morrison also tells me he is convinced Decker is still alive. He says there are a lot of caves and old mine shafts and places for him to hide in the mountains, but even if Decker did pre-stash food supplies in the wilderness, at some point, he says that those supplies will run out.
The struggle is real. I mean, you can get water and you can build shelter, but you start getting into the challenges of providing food for yourself. That becomes more taxing. So we believe that if he is out there and he hasn't, prepared and put himself out there, to a point where he'd have supplies readily available, he's going to start coming back in towards civilization. I would hope he has no friends or allies out here in society, and I think that's going to make it tougher for him to evade us.
And finally, Morrison says he will not stop until Decker is captured.
And make sure that Peyton, Evelyn, and Olivia's voices are heard, because the act was heinous and evil, and we certainly want to make sure that they did not die and no one was held accountable for it.
Charlie and Amanda, we're into week 3 now in the search for Decker. There's a new area for this search in Kittitas County we've been talking about in the last couple of days. Deputies there are asking people to be on the lookout to check their trail cameras and their ring cameras for any signs of Decker.
Luke, thank you. It's time to check traffic now at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Chris Sullivan.
And we're now up to about a half an hour to make the drive from Renton on up into Bellevue on the 405 corridor. So getting a little closer to normal today, even though it's a holiday. We've got the brake lights through the S-curves and then a little bit all the way up past about 44th. But after that, it's pretty good. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, we're under 40 minutes to go from Puyallup up to Renton. There are some, just some little bits of congestion here and there along that corridor as well. Olympia to Tacoma, free freeway speed the whole way and about a 30-minute trip to Tacoma. And Federal Way to Seattle is about 40 minutes. 25 of those minutes are from South Center with the brake lights from the north end of Boeing Field now past the Michigan Curve and on up past the West Seattle Bridge. Coming down from the north end, we have our first real spot of red on the map, and that's southbound 405 in Canyon Park. Little over 40 minutes now to go from Everett into Bellevue. 40 minutes from Everett to Seattle. Lake bridges are quiet. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. You can search Seattle Sports on YouTube, click subscribe, and get fresh video content daily.
A very pleasant day weather-wise. We're going to see a mix of clouds and sunshine for the morning hours, building clouds in the afternoon, warming up to about 71 for today. Tomorrow, in the evening, summer arrives. It's going to be a cloudy, drizzly day and a high of 60. Same deal on Saturday. We should get back to some sun breaks by Sunday afternoon with showers in the morning hours and a high of 70. It's 57 and partly sunny in Seattle.
7:35 now.
Reliable, refreshing, and ready every morning. Seattle's Morning News.
From ferries to freeways, travel is about to get more expensive across Washington State. The Washington State Standard says ferry fares will jump 3% this fall and again next spring. A new credit card fee and a bigger summer surcharge are also on the way.
And transit agencies will take a hit, too. Starting October 1st, buses and van pools will have to pay tolls on the 520 bridge and the Tacoma Narrows. That exemption is going away to help close $1 billion budget gap. And the Center Square reports tolling on the I-5 bridge between Vancouver and Portland is delayed until 2027. Once it starts, though, tolls will rise faster than first planned.
It's 7:36. Why did it take so long for a DUI charge to be filed against former Seahawk Richard Sherman? State Patrol Crime Lab is facing a big backlog, and the agency's Chris Loftus says they had to open a second toxicology lab at the end of 2023. But it takes years to staff up and train.
When we get into 2026, when we get into 2027, that's when you'll see a good solid decline in those wait times.
It took nearly 16 months for Sherman's blood test to reach the King County Prosecuting Attorney's Office. Loftus says industry standard for DUI testing is 2 to 3 months, something WSP labs haven't done since 2012.
Investigators are looking into a possible engine failure before last week's deadly plane crash. The Wall Street Journal says Air India Flight 171 had its emergency power system running. That system usually kicks in when both engines fail or if there's a major power issue. The plane crashed just 50 seconds after takeoff, killing at least 270 people. The only survivor says the plane froze midair, then lights came on before the crash. This was the first fatal crash involving a Boeing 787 Dreamliner. Investigators are still working to confirm what triggered that emergency system.
National Transportation Safety Board has an urgent safety warning relating to the 737 MAX. KIRO 7 TV's Jason Sloss explains.
The NTSB found issues with the engines that, when damaged, can cause smoke to enter the cabin and cockpit. The agency is asking the FAA to let flight crews know about the problem and modify engine software to fix it.
Boeing says it's working with the engine manufacturer GE to fix the problems.
From Redmond to the rest of the world, Microsoft is cutting jobs again. Bloomberg News reports the company plans to lay off thousands, mostly in sales, part of a broader shift as Microsoft pours billions into artificial intelligence. The company has said it's streamlining teams and to stay agile and fund its AI expansion. These cuts follow 6,000 layoffs in May, 10,000 more last year. Microsoft had about 228 employees as of last June, with 45,000 in sales and marketing.
Seattle police will now be able to use a new GPS tool. They say it will reduce the number of high-speed chases.
The tech from the company Star Chase includes a GPS launcher. It will allow an officer to shoot a cylinder-shaped device onto a car. It theoretically attaches with a magnet and an adhesive. The Seattle City Council voted 8-1 to approve the program. Bob Kettle was among the yes votes.
There's been concerns and issues related to pursuit, and this is an opportunity to do it better and smarter.
But T. Sannon, director of the ACLU of Washington's Technology Policy Program, tells the Seattle Times this is a significant expansion of police power and could enable warrantless surveillance. Frank Lindsay, KIRO Newsradio.
A disturbing case out of Yakima County is finally wrapping up in court. The former owner of a juice plant in Sunnyside will serve 3 years probation. 83-year-old Marianne Bleisner and her company, Valley Processing, also have to pay more than $742,000. Federal inspectors found moldy juice, animal waste, even dead birds and rodents. That was inside juice products sold between 2016 and 2019. Bleisner pleaded guilty to selling adulterated food and not registering her facility. The Food and Drug Administration called the conditions putrid.
7:40 now. Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
Anything better than that. We're looking at northbound 405 being the heaviest drive now, so we'll break it down for you coming up next.
You listen to the John Curley Show every afternoon. What does John listen to every morning?
I listen to Charlie and Manda, get my pot of coffee going, then turn on Seattle's Morning News, and I begin to build my show that way. And you want straight news without opinion, just giving it to you with the facts. There's only one place to go, Seattle's Morning News.
The perfect bookends to your daily commute. Seattle's Morning News and the John Curley Show on KIRO Newsradio. Download the KIRO Newsradio app to listen anytime.
It's a fact. When your eyes work correctly, light focuses through both your cornea and your lens to give you high-quality vision. Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Here's another fact. As we near age 50, we begin to lose the quality and function of our natural lens. That's when we start to reach for reading glasses and contemplate those cataracts on the horizon, typically in our 70s or later, but inevitable if we get old enough. Fortunately, K2 Vision has the advanced permanent solution for both, refractive lens exchange, or RLE. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. Plus, another thing is permanent. You will never develop a cataract. After over 20 years replacing over 100,000 failing lenses, we will help you determine when it's your right time for RLE. Go to k2visionrle.com and schedule a free Zoom consultation today. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, no contacts, no readers. Permanently.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
It's 7:43, and that's time once again to head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. Chris Sullivan is watching your drive. What's happening?
Well, we're looking at an easy drive on this Juneteenth Thursday, a holiday. Not a lot of people out there today. A couple of places do have heavy brake lights. In fact, the 405 corridor looks a little bit like a typical 6 o'clock hour on a normal commute non-holiday day, so that means it's bumper to bumper through the S-curves with a travel time of just under 30 minutes. We do have brake lights now getting into the south end of Bellevue as well, so not exactly a full light corridor, but better than normal. The Valley Freeway from end to end under 40 minutes. We're looking at 40 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle as well. Nice and easy there with the brake lights from the north end of Boeing Field past the West Seattle Bridge. Behind that, all green in Thurston and Pierce County. Coming down from the north end, nice and easy too. Nothing from Arlington to Marysville to Everett, really all the way down into Seattle. It's 40 minutes or less from Everett into Seattle. About 42 from Everett to Bellevue. There are brake lights through the Bothell area coming down through Canyon Park. That'll get in your way a little bit. Across the lake, we've got no issues. This report brought to you by Superior Linen Service, 98 years servicing quality uniforms, floor mats, and more. Call Superior Linen Service. They answer the phone or visit suplinen.com.
Partly sunny this morning, cloudy this afternoon, a high of 71. Drizzle and rain in the forecast for tomorrow and Saturday. Highs both days. This forecast would be right around 60, 70 on Sunday. Right now in Seattle, it's partly sunny at 54.
And it is 7:44. We are going to tell you about a giant leap of faith in New York City for a group of ducklings. KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gishard is here.
A group of onlookers encouraged some ducklings to take the plunge. One of them captured the moment on her phone when a mama duck leapt from a bridge off Manhattan's West Side Highway and waited for her flock to follow. Some were reluctant. Eventually, all but one had jumped in.
Go, go, go! That one's me, the one that doesn't want to go.
It would be me too, but with a little more coaxing, The last duckling finally jumped and was reunited with the rest of the family.
Go, ducklings, go.
Thanks, Katrina.
You know why ducks cross the highways like that?
Why, Sully?
I did a story on this a while ago. Turns out when mama lands, as she's landing into wherever she's going to lay her nest, she references like the water that she saw from the air. And so she'll go back to that, which sometimes may be on another side of a road as opposed to something closer to her that she didn't see from the air landing.
Always got to blame the duck.
No, I'm just saying it's just something. It's like,
I thought you were going to make something up.
Yeah. No, this is Fish and Wildlife told me it's what they see on their way in and they go back to the last body of water that they saw for that.
Thank you. Learned something new.
There you go.
No dad joke from Sully. I'm kind of disappointed.
That's what I was expecting.
Yeah. All right. Coming up, Ursula Reuting stops by. How much do you tip at restaurants? A new survey says Washington State diners are not tipping very much. Ursula has her 2 cents next on Seattle's Morning News.
G. Scott here with former Seahawks Cliff Averill and Doug Baldwin. I heard you guys are having a celebrity pickleball tournament to raise money for Nourishing Champions. Why pickleball?
Pickleball is, obviously, it's a growing sport, but also just the community in Seattle, they've already welcomed it. The beautiful thing about this model is that we will actually be playing with community.
We're excited about this pickleball tournament. It's all about bringing families together, but also, you get to come out there and compete against myself, Doug, Michael Bennett, and we are the most competitive people. So regardless of how sorry Doug might be, he will be out there competing like it's a Super Bowl. And again, it's just all about bringing community together and having a great time, but all for a great cause and raising money for these grassroots organizations.
Come out and help me beat Cliff. Help me beat Cliff.
All right, this is going to be fun. Sign up for the Celebrity Pickleball Tournament, open to all skill levels. For details, go to championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming.
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men, too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat-freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
Eric Johnson here. I covered a lot of accidents over the past 30 years or so, but I never got to say much about what to do after a crash. Be honest, do you know what evidence to collect, what pictures to take, what documents to request, or what you shouldn't say to your insurance company? The Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the roads throw at them. Know your rights and how to avoid common mistakes after an accident by getting your free copy at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
7:49 now on Seattle's Morning News, and joining us from the G and Ursula Show, which you can hear from 9 to noon here on KIRO Newsradio, Ursula Reuting.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, guys, are we bad tippers here?
This actually surprises me. According to a new study from the restaurant tech firm Toast, Washington State has nearly the lowest rate of tipping in the whole country. Second only to California.
Second only to California. So nationwide, the average tips in the first quarter of this year are 19.4%, according to Toast. And they're claiming that Washington diners tip an average of 17.8%. And then the only bigger tightwads are Californians, apparently at 17.3%. Delaware, West Virginia, New Hampshire, they're at the top of the list. They tip 21% or more on average. But I'm calling BS on this study.
Okay.
What do you think's behind it?
Well, first of all, in this state, employers are required to pay the full minimum wage.
Mm-hmm.
Are we still at the highest minimum wage in the country?
Yes.
If not the highest, among the highest?
Us in California, I think.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that factors into all of this. I also think that obviously cost of living is higher here and in California. Cost of food is higher. So that probably factors into how much people tip. But I'm just curious because, man, not a day goes by. And sadly, I do eat out a lot. I do go out a lot. I'll stop in at the Starbucks on the way here. And I'm just confronted, like so many of you listening right now, with how much should I tip?
Yeah.
Should I tip? Should I? And I'm just curious what you guys do. Like, what is your...
I'm a standard 20%.
For everything.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Charlie.
When I'm out to a restaurant, 20%. But we get confronted so many times at fast food now. I was at a concert recently and buying merch. They want me to tip on merch? Are you kidding me?
That doesn't make sense.
I think they're trying to see if we are paying attention.
Yeah.
In some of these cases. I mean, how about you?
Yeah, David has a ton of experience.
Yeah, so I have a lot of restaurant experience in sort of fine dining or upscale restaurants to counter service to fast food stuff. And my general thing is if you're sitting down, you should have budgeted out enough to tip an adequate amount. I always tip 25%. I usually, if I'm sitting down at a place, I'll do 30%, but that's because I know as a server, if you get a check and someone tipped 30%, you're feeling real good. And I like
is that regardless of the level of service? Because I do vary depending on how good. 30 to me is like exceptional.
Yeah, that's fair. To me, 30 is kind of as long as they met all the kind of requirements that I have in my head. If they're rude, I'll probably do 20-ish, 25%. But yeah, I agree with Charlie. What's weird is, the way I think this has to do with the way POS systems and
point of sale.
Yeah, point of sale systems and sort of the card readers and stuff are now functioning is you can just put a setting on that says, put a generic, 15, 20, 25%.
Well, they're not starting at 15
option.
anymore.
No.
I hate that they're starting at either 18 or 20. So
they're starting at 25 now.
Oh, yeah.
In some places where the middle one that pops up is 25. And I'm used to, it used to be 10, 15, 20. Now it's 20, 25, 30, and 25 is in the middle.
And then do you notice that when you want to do a custom tip, because I'm like, okay, you either had the choice of none or custom tip. And you have to search around, and then you feel like, okay, I'm just a loser and a serious cheapskate.
It used to be
I'm
nice
not going to just automatically.
When you're sitting at a table and they bring the check, you can kind of like do your math while you're there. But when you're at the people are waiting behind you, and you're like, oh gosh, what do I do now?
This popped up at a convenience store the other day.
Okay, see?
Like, why would I do that?
Well, and here's my question to y'all. What do you do when it's takeout? What's your
COVID kind of messed that all up.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you do? So what's because I mean there are times again I want to just do a couple of dollars. Do I have to do a percentage on my takeout?
I'm not doing $20 on or 20% on takeout. Yeah. My wife, though, she has no compunction. She's just like, all right, custom tip, here's $1. or we're at fast food, $0. She does not give a darn.
Well, what I love is make that tip jar really accessible, and then I will show and be very visible about how I put a couple of bucks in. Like I'm not entirely too cheap, but
you know what I've learned. David's the nicest person in the room. Is someone's rude and you'll still tip 20%?
Oh yeah,
yeah. It's a tough job out there, honestly, especially since COVID. It's been a rough go.
I've got a tip for everybody. We need to get to traffic,
and I'll give you guys 20% on traffic.
All right, he's
automatically, just because that's the kind of guy I am.
Beacon Plumbing traffic desk time,
and we are enjoying a really good drive out there today on this Juneteenth holiday. Just a couple of places that have brake lights. Northbound 405, one of them through the Renton S curves, but really from the Maple Valley Highway up through Sunset, just a really little bit of of braking there. So we're back under 30 minutes. We're looking at 40 minutes or less, probably 35 to run the Valley Freeway. Federal Way to Seattle's under 40, which is great, even though you do hit the brake lights around the West Seattle Bridge. Coming down from the north end, 35 from Everett to Seattle, about 40 down the 405 corridor down to Bellevue. The lake bridges are quiet. This report brought to you by Fred Meyer Pharmacy. Fred Meyer Pharmacy welcomes Express Scripts, Medicare D, and TRICARE Department of Defense member plans. You can transfer prescriptions at fredmeyer.com/pay or update.
Well, beautiful morning. We're seeing some sunshine, mix of sun and clouds, but the clouds build throughout the day. 71 our high for today, and it'll be a little drizzly tomorrow. It's 57 in Seattle right now.
CBS has the very latest on the war between Israel and Iran. That is coming up. You are listening to Seattle's Morning News.
KIRO Newsradio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO Newsradio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO Newsradio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO Newsradio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places that I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Your life and your loved ones' lives depends on what you've done to prepare. Disasters, shortages, supply chain failures, they're not ifs, they're wins. Don't be left without life-saving medication. The Jace case is a prescribed set of emergency antibiotics, life-saving medications you have on hand before you need them, offering peace of mind, no panicking, fast, affordable, and could save your life. Go to jase.com. Use code RADIO for a discount, because once the shelves are empty, it's already too late.
Hello, sunshine. And while you're out and about in the summer sun, make sure your bank accounts can keep up with you. Free checking with WaFd Bank can do that, and much more. No more worrying about minimum balances or monthly maintenance fees. And WaFd has thousands of fee-free ATMs and more than 200 branches to serve you across 9 western states. Plus, WaFd Bank offers new tools like voice-activated banking, so you can check your balance and make transfers between your WaFd accounts using just your voice. You can do your banking while you're planting those spring flowers. You also have access to free tools like online and mobile banking, bill pay, person-to-person payments with Zelle, mobile check deposit, and full control over your debit cards to turn them on or off should they get misplaced. And you can choose from some pretty great-looking debit cards, including the Seattle Kraken and the Seawolves. So visit wafdbank.com to open your account today and find out why they were awarded Best Bank by Newsweek 3 years in a row. Non-sufficient funds charge may apply. WaFd Bank. Member FDIC.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Fraud is rampant, and those on Medicare are targets. Medicare never makes cold calls, so when someone calls you and says they're from Medicare, hang up. If you get an offer for free medical equipment or services, toss it. When you get your medical statement, read it. And if anything looks suspicious, report it to the Senior Medicare Patrol with Sheba. Sheba is a free, unbiased service of the Washington State Office of the Insurance Commissioner. If you suspect fraud, search Medicare Sheba or call 800-562-6900.
Safety comes first. That means no credit financing at Bucky's Complete Auto for oil changes, brakes, tune-ups, wiper blades, and factory maintenance. Check the Bucky's near you at buckys.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. Israel's defense minister threatened Iran's supreme leader today, saying he should not continue to exist after missiles damaged a hospital in southern Israel and hit residences near Tel Aviv, wounding at least 240 people. CBS News contributor Robert Berger is in Jerusalem.
This is the biggest hospital in southern Israel, and it was badly damaged, but there were no serious injuries because most of the patients have been moved underground. For just this type of scenario, Israel has developed underground facilities at their hospitals.
The Israeli military indicates Iran used a missile with multiple warheads in its attack, posing a new challenge to its defenses. In Washington, CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns reports President Trump has a plan of action to attack Iran, but has not given the go-ahead to trigger it.
You actually have a growing bipartisan group of lawmakers on the Senate side and the House side calling for Congress to have some kind of buy-in in this process. But Republican leaders are very hesitant to move forward with a bill because they don't want to undermine the president here.
Well, forecasters called Hurricane Eric extremely dangerous several hours ago. Right now, it's walloping western Mexico. CBS News meteorologist David Parkinson.
It jumped from a Category 2 to a Category 4 in a matter of hours. Those are devastating winds, but the other problem is you're going to have a potential foot to foot and a half of rain.
The storm is losing intensity over land and is now a Category 1. Well, SpaceX is investigating what went wrong after one of its Starship rockets blew up during a routine launch pad test last night in Texas.
Whoa! Whoa!
CBS News space consultant Bill Harwood.
SpaceX seems to be having more than its share of mishaps. The Super Heavy Starship has been launched 9 times today with mixed results. The last 3 flights in a row ended up with Starship upper stage failures.
Well, SpaceX says no one was hurt and there was no danger to nearby communities. Delta Airlines comes out on top for the 7th straight year on a list of the top airlines. CBS's Michael Wallace.
The Points Guy, founder and CEO Brian Kelly, says the rankings are based on reliability, passenger experience, cost and reach, and loyalty programs. Delta scored highly across the board.
They were still the most reliable on-time airline in America.
United jumped to second, followed by Southwest, Alaska, and Hawaiian Airlines.
Frontier Airlines finished at the bottom of the list. Wall Street is quiet today in observance of the Juneteenth federal holiday. This is CBS News.
A word from Progressive Insurance. Life can be hard, so Progressive can make bundling your home and auto easy. Hope that helps. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
It's 8:03, and we head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And we are working with a really easy day today on this federal holiday of Juneteenth. We did just have a stall to deal with on northbound I-5 near Albro, thanks to our good friend Adam, who's out making his Staples runs today on the holiday. Let me know it was out of the way. But we do have brake lights past the West Seattle Bridge, but we're back down to about 20 minutes out of the South Center area, and that puts us under 40 all the way from Federal Way, which is a fabulous drive. Looking at the Valley Freeway, 35 minutes or less as well. Seeing some brake lights right there through the CD lanes as you make your way from 167 to northbound 405, but 25 minutes from Renton to Bellevue, maybe even less at this point, which is really cool. Looking at the Lake Bridges, no issues for you guys coming down from the north end. Even the brake lights we've had through Canyon Park are dissipating. So 35 minutes for both Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. This report brought to you by FlySeaportAir.com, introducing convenient flights between Boeing Field and Portland on Seaport Airlines. Parking just steps away, no TSA lines. Visit FlySeaportAir.com.
8:04 in the morning on Thursday, June 19th, the Juneteenth federal holiday. Along with Manda Factor, I'm Charlie Harger here on Seattle's Morning News.
In the hunt for fugitive father Travis Decker, Chelan County deputies are chasing every possible lead that includes tips from psychics.
And in a one-on-one interview, Sheriff Mike Morrison reveals why they're listening and whether he believes Decker is still alive. KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey joins us with the story.
Hey, Sheriff Morrison tells me that they have analyzed hundreds of tips from around the country now, including those tips from psychics trying to find Travis Decker. And he tells me some of those psychic tips were relevant enough to share with federal investigators.
They've reached out and they've given some theories, and of course, we've made an effort to look into some of those, and we appreciate them just being willing to, offer their services.
Yeah, Sheriff Morrison also tells me all of the physical evidence that they've collected so far points directly to Decker, but they're constantly trying to get into the mind of Decker. They even have a U.S. Marshals psychologist on site with them in Wenatchee.
How he thinks, what might be motivating him, who he knows, where he might want to go. Because up to this point, I've never heard of his name, so we want to go through and do what we can to have a better understanding of who he is.
And finally, I asked Morrison if he thinks Decker is still alive.
I do believe he's still alive, and until I find something that would prove otherwise, we're going to consider that he is alive.
What makes you think that he is still alive?
Have not found a body. And at this point, I figured if that had been the case, just the amount of people who do come and recreate here in Chelan County, that we would have found something. But we're going to continue to take into account that we'll either find him in one state or the other.
So tactical teams have been looking for Decker most recently in Kittitas County. Deputies there asking everyone to be on the lookout and to check their trail cameras, their ring cameras, look for any signs of Decker. Also, Charlie and Manda, I just tracked a new helicopter search, happened yesterday, just a mile away from the town of Kashmir. These search areas are getting closer and closer to populated areas, and they support another thing Morrison told me. At some point, he thinks Decker is going to have to resurface and find food and find supplies.
Thank you, Luke. It's 8:06. Newly released body cam video shows Edmonds police rushing to save people at a ferry dock after a Mini Cooper went into the water Tuesday night.
I think they launched pretty far. Not sure. We can't even see where the car's at.
State Patrol says 2 people are dead, 3 are seriously injured following that deadly police chase. Troopers say 2 people inside the Mini Cooper died. 3 others were rushed to Harborview with serious injuries. Witnesses say the suspect's car was weaving in and out of traffic with its lights off.
As the battle heats up between Israel and Iran, people in Seattle are calling for an end to the violence. KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lomibel spoke with protesters who gathered at Cal Anderson Park.
A message of peace coming from people in Capitol Hill on Wednesday, protesting against missile strikes that have taken the lives of hundreds of people.
From Gaza to Iran, we oppose the aggressive war. We oppose genocide, and we oppose Israeli aggression against our nation.
Speakers condemned the ongoing conflict, while others believe the Israeli attacks are necessary.
We believe there is a distinction between people of Iran and this mullah's regime we call Islamic Republic.
Both groups I talked to just hoping it can all be put to an end soon.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
Well, good morning. We've made it to Thursday, June 19th, the Juneteenth holiday.
A lot of people have the day off today.
I'm Charlie Harger, along with Manda Factor. Sully's over there keeping an eye on the roads for us. It's not too busy today, right, Sully?
No, not at all. A lot of light traffic out there because of the holiday.
Just how we like it.
Yeah.
Producer David Burbank is here, and Katrina Gashard is at the news desk.
And Ian Douglas is filling in for Nick at the control room, running the board. Well, we are looking forward to the weekend, but we need to look forward to the hour ahead as well. A lot of stuff coming up.
Yeah, the latest on President Trump's plans for action in Iran. News Nation's Robert Sherman breaks down what to expect as the president weighs the country's options.
And in his Tech Talk today, Luke Ducey talks about the cyber war between Israel and Iran as well.
Wait, there's more. Sully, you have a choke point coming up.
Yeah,
right?
we do. We're going to talk about the fun weekend we're going to have with the lane closures on the Ship Canal Bridge.
Okay, it's 8:09 here on Seattle's Morning News. We have an update on the stabbing that rocked Seattle's Queen Anne neighborhood this morning. It happened around 4:30 on 5th Avenue North and Mercer Street. Police found a man with multiple stab wounds and a knife still lodged in its body. Officers applied a tourniquet before medics rushed him to Harborview. Investigators say the attack followed some sort of verbal fight on a Metro bus. The suspect remains at large.
Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes says the department has a renewed approach to community engagement. Barnes tells KIRO Newsradio's G and Ursula's show the department is creating opportunities for officers to get involved when they're not on a call for service.
We're pushing officers, we're pushing our relational policing unit and everyone to take advantage of those opportunities, and we're trying to create avenues for them to do that. I think we have to meet people where they are.
Barnes says he wants the department to be honest about the things they can and can't do.
NTSB is out with a warning about Boeing 737 MAX engines, at least the GE-built engines. They warned that when damaged, those engines can fill the cockpit and cabin with smoke. That is classified as an extreme danger in aviation. Safety Board is telling the FAA to ensure flight crews are aware of the issue. The recommendation was inspired by 2 bird strikes that damaged engines on Southwest Airlines flights. Both Boeing and GE say they are aware and are making the proper updates.
A chilling new detail in the Air India crash. Its backup power system was active. The Wall Street Journal reports that could mean both engines failed during takeoff. That system, called a ram air turbine, only deploys in serious emergencies. Flight 171 crashed just 50 seconds after leaving the runway. At least 270 people died, including some on the ground. Investigators are still piecing together what went wrong. They have not officially confirmed if engine trouble triggered the emergency system, but this is now a key focus in the investigation.
A former JBLM soldier admits he tried to share military secrets with China.
31-year-old Daniel Schmidt held on to top-secret information that he obtained during his service at JBLM from 2015 to 2020. The Department of Justice says once he left his post, Schmidt contacted the Chinese consulate in Turkey and Chinese security services, offering the military secrets. Schmidt pleaded guilty to 2 federal felonies. He faces up to 10 years in prison and a $250,000 fine for each offense when he's sentenced in September. Aaron Granillo, KIRO News Radio.
Yesterday's guilty plea is unrelated to a federal case out of Oregon where 2 more JBLM soldiers are charged with selling military information to China.
We're coming up on 8:12, and that's time to get to the Beacon. No, it's time to check the weather, isn't it? I always confuse them, don't I? It is sponsored by Charlie. Help me out here.
State Roofing and Exteriors brings us the weather forecast.
I knew that. It's a beautiful morning. It's going to be partly cloudy throughout the day. Lots of sunshine in the morning hours, but building clouds throughout the day, and 71 today. Tomorrow, summer arrives in the evening, and it's going to be kind of drizzly tomorrow, 60. Same deal on Saturday, and then we'll get a nice break for some sun breaks by afternoon on Sunday and a high of 70. It's 57 in Seattle right now.
And we head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk now, where Chris Sullivan is watching the roads for us.
And we continue to see just a little bit of braking out there today on this holiday. We have the brake lights past the West Seattle Bridge, a little bit behind that past Albro, but overall we're running under 40 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle, with 23 to 25 of those minutes from South Center. A pretty quiet and green Kermit the Frog kind of day out there, all green on the map. The Puyallup to Renton Drive running 35 minutes, and then Renton to Bellevue about 25. A little bit of action over the top of I-90 into Bellevue, but really not all that bad. Lake bridges are quiet. Southbound I-5 and 405 are both really quiet. We did have some brake lights in Canyon Park, and they will show up from time to time through the merging there. But all in all, 35 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue this time of day. That is a fabulous travel time. This report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous or costly damage to utility lines. Call 811 or submit online, digsafewa.com.
You know, he says Kermit the Frog kind of day. I was thinking more like that juice that we did the story on.
The putrid juice.
Yeah, green.
Yeah.
No, this is a better shade of green than I can imagine having bird parts in your
juice. Yeah.
Let's move along. It's 8:13, and Stanley Cup champions, the Florida Panthers, may have partied a bit too hard, as we hear from KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gashard.
Celebrations from Tuesday's win are still going strong.
MVP, MVP, MVP.
The bowl on top of the 132-year-old trophy is cracked, and the bottom of the cup is dented. The Hockey Hall of Fame says the keepers of the cup will have it repaired in time for Sunday's celebration parade in Fort Lauderdale. Panther fans are ready for their second parade in as many years.
I'm so excited. Last year was a blast, and I know that they're going to top it this year. I'm so proud of our boys.
Now, the cup has been damaged by its winners many times before. It's been lost, stolen, even dumped in a canal in Ottawa.
I would not want to be the one who trashed the Stanley Cup.
Have you ever seen the Stanley Cup?
Oh, it's impressive.
They have brought it into the station a couple of years back. I made sure, Sully, I did not touch it.
You cannot touch it. No way. Unless you win it, you cannot touch it.
So I kind of wrap my
arms around it. I've done that a couple
around
times,
but I promise you I did not touch it.
But you win it, you can dent it. It's been done before and will be done again.
It's the Pottery Barn rule. You win it, you dent it.
No, that's dent it, you buy it.
Yeah, something like that.
It's 8:15.
News matters. Experience counts. You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
It's 8:15. King County assessor continues to fight a temporary restraining order taken out against him by his former fiancée. In a post on Facebook yesterday, John Wilson said June 30th he will ask a court to dismiss the order requested by Lee Keller. Earlier this month, he told KIRO Newsradio's John Curley both sides had signed off on dismissing the order.
This is the third time that she has taken some action like this, and each and every time she has withdrawn it before it ever went to court.
At that point, Keller said in a statement through her attorney she had no plans to drop the restraining order. We have reached out to her again for comment, and Wilson, of course, is running for King County executive.
It is 8:15 now here on Seattle's Morning News. Tensions continue to build as the violent conflict between Israel and Iran progresses, while President Trump weighs the potential for involvement in the war.
And joining us now from Tel Aviv is News Nation correspondent Robert Sherman. You've been in Tel Aviv through the week. What have you been hearing from those who live there, Robert?
It is really a moment in time in which people are looking at these next 24 to 48 hours and believing this is about as consequential as it gets. This is dominating every conversation in Israeli culture. And people line up on different sides of this. They don't really know what to think. The possibility of the United States being directly involved here, potentially striking Iran. Some think that this is a huge Rubicon to be crossing. Others believe that it is a moment in history to reshape the Middle East that cannot be passed up. So, you have a lot of different perspectives on all of this, but believe me, just about everyone is having these conversations here.
Robert, what is the big ask the Israelis are making of the United States and President Trump?
Well, the big thing here is, you're talking about knocking out Iran's nuclear capabilities, which the Israelis have very publicly stated is an end-all, be-all goal of this, knocking out Iran's ballistic missile capabilities, knocking out their nuclear enrichment programs in order to ensure that that Israel never has to deal with a nuclear-armed Iran. And that is a position that is backed up by the G7 members, the United States, and many of these other countries as well. The trick is, when you look at this Fordo enrichment facility that's buried underneath a mountain, it would take a certain caliber of explosive that really the United States is the only one that potentially has. It wouldn't be necessarily an easy task in order to demolish this from all the conversations that we've had here. So, this is where this would come in and where the United States would potentially be needed. But as you listen to what Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said, given the very politically down-the-line response to all of this is, look, President Trump is going to do what he thinks is best for the American people and will support it one way or another. That's the public stance that's coming from the Israeli leadership.
As President Trump said on the White House lawn yesterday, he may do it, he may not do it. He has yet to make a firm decision. Is this a strategy?
I think it absolutely is. and this is something that you've definitely seen from President Trump in the past, the way that he puts things out into the open and says things, that certainly potentially draw the ire of his enemy or draw confusion amongst those, who are following him, creating a level of unpredictability. Say what you want. Unpredictability is in many cases a positive trait of a world leader, not knowing what exactly they're going to do next. And I think that there's a lot of people out here who are saying, love him or hate him, they don't really know what he's going to do in this situation here, which does operate from a position of strategic strength. But in terms of what's going to happen here, who really knows? But it's one of those things in which it truly is a moment in history in which you have Iran in this position right now. You have, the potential for the Middle East and the landscape out here to be changed. The question is, does the United States, get involved with this and really cross this Rubicon or not?
Critics have been saying that Netanyahu has been saying Israel is just a few weeks, a few months away from having a nuclear weapon for the past 20 years. Can you maybe describe what the Israelis are saying that makes them think differently now that indeed the Iranians are close to having a nuke, and what some of the skeptics are saying?
Some of this comes from this UN watchdog report, which, the Israelis, but you have a conversation with the Israelis. They are no fans of the United Nations, because they don't believe that the United Nations treats them fairly. But this UN report, talking about Iran's violating their nuclear proliferation agreements that they've had here is rather scathing, and certainly, casts a lot of criticism and suspicion towards what Iran's ultimate aims are. And a lot of this is coming down to the fact that there are certain levels, to enrich uranium to, in order to get to the point of weaponization. You can have it at a civilian level, but if you enrich it further, it could go to a weapons caliber level. And you're seeing this uranium allegedly being enriched past the level of civilian. To which people are asking the logical question, which is why? If you only want uranium for a civilian purpose, why are you enriching it beyond it? And why are you building these facilities deep in a mountain, hundreds of feet underneath, to this caliber, go to this length in order to protect your facilities like this? So, this confluence of suspicions, reports, has kind of put us in this position that we're in right now.
We're speaking with News Nation correspondent Robert Sherman. Robert, one of the big stories this morning is that a hospital in Israel was struck by Iran. What do we know about that strike, and what's been the response by Israel?
Yeah, I would put, all this into context one step further, is that what we have been watching last 24 to 48 hours is Iran's missile strikes have gotten smaller and smaller. And there have been a lot of people on the ground here who were thinking to themselves, maybe Iran is really running out of gas. We were all woken up at about 7 o'clock this morning to a couple of large barrages that were fired by Iran at central Israel, and also at southern Israel, which is where this hospital was in Beersheba. And it was a direct hit on the hospital. You look at the videos coming out of this, there's a lot of destruction to the point that all these patients have to be removed. And now you have the IDF coming out and contending that Iran has used warheads that in the air they break up into multiple different warheads and scatter all over the battlefield in order to create more destruction. That's what the Israelis are claiming here. You look at the injury totals, now we're well over 200 according to the latest estimates from Israeli officials, and those have been climbing throughout the day. So this has been a tough day for a lot of Israelis and an angering day because they believe that Iran is targeting civilian sites intentionally. And that's why you've had some of Israelis' leaders even saying so publicly that Supreme Leader Khamenei should not be allowed to rule, should not be allowed to exist. That's a quote from Israel's defense minister today.
Robert, you're essentially reporting from a war zone. Can you tell us what being in Israel right now, how that has informed your reporting that you might not otherwise have gotten if you were here in the United States?
I tell everyone, and I've done a lot of reporting here in Israel since October 7th. I tell everyone that perspectives really change when you're talking about two countries shooting at one another. It's one thing. When those shots are coming your way, when those missiles or those rockets or whatever they are coming your way, all of a sudden that really changes your perception. And war has a more lethal meaning to you as a result of all of that. And when we've gone down into the bomb shelters this go around, people have always been scared whenever they've had to go into the bomb shelters. But this time they are terrified. That is the distinction. You see people with tears rolling down their faces, hands clasped in prayer, truly believing that when they shut that bomb shelter door, they may not be opening it again, or they may be returning to a world on the other side of that they don't recognize. The fear is beyond fear. It is terror that I've seen from people here, which is different. It's a major distinction from what I've seen in the past, which really underscores the level of capability that Iran has and the level of lethality that you're seeing in this war here.
Robert, thank you so much for your reporting. We appreciate your time. Please stay safe. News Nation correspondent Robert Sherman with us from Tel Aviv.
8:24 now, and over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
And we are picking up time across the board, even on this light of Thursday. We have back down to about 20 minutes out of South Center with the brake lights just from the West Seattle Bridge past I-90 today. So really light. And behind that, 40 minutes total from Federal Way. Also, the Valley Freeway, about 35 minutes, so nice and easy there. And then just a little bit of braking through the middle of the S-curves up past about SR 900, 25 minutes to make the drive to Bellevue. The lake bridges are quiet. Coming down from the north end, virtually no slowing at all. We look like 35 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. This report brought to you by Superior Linen Service. You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company look good with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, and more. Visit suplinen.com.
Partly sunny for the morning hours, but building clouds in the afternoon. 71 the high for today. Tomorrow, look for some drizzle and a high of only 60. Right now, it's partly sunny and 58 in Seattle.
Local headlines on the way. This is Seattle's Morning News.
This hour is brought to you by WaFed Bank.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
Seattle is the nation's most male-skewed major city. There's more men in Seattle. They say in the article here, they said the most masculine city, but I absolutely disagree with that.
You've seen the men in this town.
Exactly.
Please. It's not like it's 80-20.
No,
that's when it's hard to meet a lady.
That's true.
When there's 4 guys for every girl. That's when it's here come the bride's time.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
On KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hi, it's John Curley. Longevity Medical Clinic has been helping people live longer, healthier lives for more than 25 years. I've recently talked with Dr. Mixon about his approach to proactively focusing on prevention. Dr. Mixon, I first met you in 2009, and I went in there and I told you I wasn't feeling well, couldn't gain any muscle mass, couldn't sleep well, I was stressed out, and you looked at me and you said, yeah, I know what your problem is.
And all we did was we measured your values and we moved your values back to those of a nice, healthy 25-year-old man.
I have taken your blood work to my doctor, and he was shocked. He couldn't believe the depth in which you study my blood.
We need to draw a distinction between living a long time and getting old. And that's what longevity is all about, is we are here to do the measurements and help you fix those problems.
So get your free health analysis. Go to longevitymedicalclinic.com. That's longevitymedicalclinic.com.
Hey there, Dawn Reiling with Olympic Hot Tub. Today is the last day to save big during our mid-year clearance spectacular. All 8 of our Puget Sound showrooms are open until 6 p.m. This is your last chance for incredible savings on one-of-a-kind saltwater hot spring spas, plus deep discounts on pre-owned tubs, swim spas, and saunas. Do not miss this. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
At the Harnish Auto family, people matter isn't just a saying, it's how they do business.
For over 40 years, their dealerships, Chevy, Buick, GMC, Volkswagen, Subaru of Puyallup, plus Chevrolet and Kia of Everett, have built a stellar reputation on trust, respect, and great deals. From supporting local charities to making sure every customer drives away happy, they're here for you. Stop by any of their dealerships or visit HarnishAutoFamily.com and find your next car today. Harnish Auto Family. People matter.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these 3 books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Your new beginning starts now. D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area. With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills, maybe.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with Xfi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Take your business to the next level in 2025 with help from WaFed Bank. WaFed Bank's business accounts and cash flow tools get you paid in hours, not weeks, so you can grow your business and meet your goals. You need a best bank. Visit WaFedBank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
It's just about 8:32. Good morning. With the manhunt for Travis Decker heating up in central Washington, Chelan County Sheriff Mike Morrison is now consulting investigators from some of the nation's most notorious fugitive cases.
And in a one-on-one interview with our Luke Ducey, Morrison vowed he won't rest until Decker is caught. Luke joins us live in studio with more. Luke?
Charlie and Manda, one of those high-profile cases is the 21-day search for Jorge Alcantara Gonzalez, the 2020 murder suspect who hid in the woods of Kittitas County. You might remember breaking into cabins and stealing food from campsites. Well, Morrison tells me he's also been talking with investigators, well, at least one investigator, who worked that massive 5-year manhunt for the 1996 Centennial Olympic Park bomber.
I asked, I said, hey, what efforts did you guys implement when you were doing this search? What did you learn? And you look for knowledgeable, experienced leaders like that. I've also reached out to one of the FBI agents that was assigned to the Eric Rudolph case. And, he told me, he's like, hey, that was a 5-year effort. And it really was that patrol deputy on the road that saw a subject dumpster diving, contacted him, and there was Eric Rudolph, and he was taken into custody.
Morrison also tells me he is convinced Decker is still alive. And he says there's a lot of caves. There are a lot of old mine shafts, places for him to hide out in the wilderness. But even if Decker did pre-stash food supplies out there somewhere in the wilderness, at some point, he says Decker will run out of those supplies.
The struggle is real. I mean, you can get water and you can build shelter, but you start getting on the challenges of providing food for yourself. That becomes more taxing. So We believe that if he is out there and he hasn't, prepared and put himself out there to a point where he'd have supplies readily available, he's going to have to start coming back in towards civilization. I would hope he has no friends or allies out here in society, and I think that's going to make it tougher for him to evade us.
And finally, Morrison says he will not stop until Decker is captured.
And make sure that Peyton, Evelyn, and Olivia's voices are heard, because the act was heinous and evil, and we certainly want to make sure that they did not die and no one was held accountable for it.
Tactical teams have been looking for Decker in Kittitas County. Deputies say they're asking everyone in that area to be on the lookout and check their trail cameras, their ring cameras, for any signs of Decker. But Charlie and Manda, I also tracked a new helicopter search yesterday, just 1 mile away from the town of Kashmir. These search areas are getting closer and closer to populated areas.
Luke, thank you for that update, and you stick around because we will very much be shifting gears and talking about your reporting on a cyber war between Israel and Iran. That's on the way, but first we need to check traffic at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Sully.
And we have our first real crash of the morning. This one just right above the radio station here on northbound I-5, right at 520. The left lane is blocked. We've got a couple of cars involved. One of them kind of nose into the barrier there on the left-hand side. So we're backing up down towards the convention center now, coming out of Seattle, heading northbound. So plan on a little bit of delay there coming out of downtown. This hasn't quite yet merged with the normal stuff coming into town from northbound I-5 from I-90, but we're getting pretty close. If you do have that drive from South Center into downtown, it's running around 20 minutes with about 35 to 38 total from Federal Way, which is just a great number. Looking at the Valley Freeway, 35 minutes from end to end. Some brake lights on 405, but now they're kind of right around the VMAC as you head north of downtown Renton. Give yourself 20 minutes to make the drive to Bellevue. Out of the north end, we're still enjoying 35-minute trips from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. This report brought to you by Northwest Hope and Healing. Join them for Life in Color August 17th, honoring the journey of those impacted by cancer. Get tickets at northwesthopeandhealing.org.
First accident at 8:35. Don't you wish every day could be like today?
No, because then I'd be out of work.
That's true.
But no, yes, I honestly do. It would be.
All right, our forecast, we're going to see partly sunny skies through the morning hours, building clouds in the afternoon, 71 today. For tomorrow, look for mostly cloudy skies, some drizzle, and a high of 60. Same deal on Saturday. It's 58 and partly sunny in Seattle.
8:36 now, and this week in Tech Talk, as a conflict between Israel and Iran ramps up, there's another war, a silent war, happening at the same time.
KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey talked with a cybersecurity expert about the cyber war between the two countries, which has the potential to be just as damaging as recent rocket attacks.
We have seen years of cyber war back and forth between these two states.
Cybersecurity expert Kristen Flynn Goodwin worked at Microsoft for 2 decades, tracking some of the world's most notorious hackers, many working for the Israeli and Iranian militaries.
The Israeli army is well known for its cyber capabilities, and its Unit 8200 is world class. The Iran Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, and its Mabna Institute are also very well known.
And since Israel launched its initial missile attack on Tehran last week, it appears both sides have unleashed a new round of cyber attacks, potentially leading to lethal consequences.
Cyber warfare can be dangerous. Should a nation state choose to escalate and use its tactics to go after a piece of critical infrastructure, like an operational control in heating or electrical systems all around our country, or if they wanted to get into a water system.
In 2023, according to the FBI and NSA, cyber criminals linked to the Iranian military hacked into Israeli-made controls used to run multiple water systems at facilities across the United States. Last week, one cybersecurity company estimated Iranian cyber attacks have increased now 700% against Israeli targets, including text messages sent to thousands of people threatening terror attacks. And just days ago, 2 leading cyber firms urged American companies to proactively bolster their cyber defenses, noting a history of Iranian state-sponsored hackers targeting U.S. infrastructure during previous conflicts. On the other side, Last September, the Israeli government was blamed for communications devices dramatically exploding across Lebanon, including phones and pagers, some used by the Iran-backed terrorist group Hezbollah. 3 days ago, an Israeli hacking group called Predatory Sparrow took credit for a cyber attack that destroyed the data of Bank SEPA. They claimed the bank was an institution used by the Iranian government to circumvent international sanctions and fund Hamas, its ballistic missile program, and its military nuclear program. Flynn Goodwin, who's a managing partner at Advanced Cyber Law and works closely with former White House cyber experts, says there is no doubt both Israel and Iran are hacking into each other's systems right now to survey damage caused by their own missile attacks.
That's how intelligence works.
But will either side launch a major cyber attack to cripple power grids or fuel pipelines?
I think that's too early to tell, and I can't really speculate what that will look like.
She does warn all of us should do what we can to stay cyber safe.
If you've got devices that haven't been updated in a while, now is the time. Geopolitical turmoil is usually a good reminder to check your window and door locks, and that includes making sure that your devices are updated and ready to withstand any incoming hits.
You know, Amanda and Charlie, especially if the U.S. bombs nuclear facilities in Iran, several U.S. cyber firms say the same thing. For U.S. companies and regular people, you and me and everyone listening, pay attention because we could become targets of dangerous cyber attacks.
Luke, thank you for that report. Coming up, we have Sully with traffic. Where are you going to start?
We're going to start with the northbound I-5 drive, which is now backed up from I-90 up to 520 because of a crash. We'll break it down next.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
Well, you're getting ready every morning. Make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah. Got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO Newsradio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO Newsradio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM.
Homeowners, protect your biggest investment now with Integrity Roofing and Construction. Get ahead of the summer rush. Integrity, your family-owned, award-winning roofing and construction company, is ready to give your home the protection it deserves. Integrity offers a complete in-house construction division for all your projects. Integrity Roofing is known for top-notch service and on-site project management, making the process easy. Beat the summer rush and call Integrity today for a free estimate at 206-202-ROOF or online at integrityrc.com. That's integrityrc.com.
At Clear Choice Dental Implant Centers, we get that your teeth, your budget, and your story are all unique to you, which is why our experts who specialize in dental implants will build a custom solution around each patient's needs. With personalized treatment plans and third-party financing options, we'll help you get your new teeth on your terms. Visit clearchoice.com or call 888-SMILE-05 to schedule your free consultation today and let us help Seattle start smiling again.
Office is owned by Dr. Alfonso Pinheiro.
Welcome to this week's Puget Sound Express Whale Report. According to naturalists from Puget Sound Express, we are in the midst of a humpback comeback. In the early 20th century, humpbacks were nearly wiped out by commercial whaling. Thanks to conservation efforts, the number of humpbacks off of the coast has grown to more than 2,000. The famous humpback Big Mama was the first humpback to venture into the Strait of Juan de Fuca in 1997, and whale watchers are excited that she has returned again this year with a new calf. Family-run Puget Sound Express offers daily guaranteed whale watching tours departing from Edmonds. These half-day tours are Seattle's most popular and well-reviewed whale tours. Puget Sound Express also offers tours out of beautiful Port Townsend and Port Angeles on the Olympic Peninsula. Don't miss out on your chance to see whales in the wild. Family-run Puget Sound Express guarantees you'll see whales or your next trip is absolutely free. Book online at PugetSoundExpress.com.
G. Scott here with former Seahawks Cliff Averill and Doug Baldwin. I heard you guys are having a celebrity pickleball tournament to raise money for Nourishing Champions. Why pickleball?
Obviously, it's a growing sport, but also this model is that we will actually be playing with community.
We are the most competitive people, so regardless of how sorry Doug might be, he will be out there competing like it's a Super Bowl.
Sign up for the Celebrity Pickleball Tournament, open to all skill levels. For details, go to championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball.
It's 8:43, and Chris Sullivan is watching the roads at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we are working with a crash on northbound I-5. Right before you get to 520, the left lane is blocked for this crash. At least it was the last little bit. They might be able to kind of push it all the way over to the left-hand side. But either way, we have a backup of about 4 miles that extends back to I-90. So plan on about a 10-minute delay getting through downtown Seattle. Once you're past 520, though, it's a pretty clean drive the rest of the way on up into Linwood and then into Everett. Coming up from the South Center area, coming up into downtown where you do hit those brake lights right around I-90, you're going to have about a 22-minute trip to go from South Center to downtown and a little under 40 all the way, which is a very good travel time. Northbound 405 struggling a little bit now from about SR 900 up past the 30th interchange. We've got about a 25-minute trip again to go from Renton to Bellevue. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, no issues, 35 minutes there. The Lake bridges are quiet, and coming down from the north end, 35 minutes or less. This traffic report is brought to you by Seattle Sports. You can always listen to your local favorite sports content on the FM dial, 97.3 HD2.
Our forecast, we're seeing a mix of clouds and sun for the morning hours, but cloudy by afternoon. A high today of 71. Tomorrow, summer arrives in the evening after 7 o'clock, and tomorrow we're going to stay cloudy with drizzle and much cooler, a high of only 60. Saturday looks pretty much the same, and then just scattered showers on Sunday, some more peaks of sunshine by afternoon, and a high of 70. Right now it's 58 in Seattle.
Well, this was one of the F words in my family that I couldn't say growing up.
Careful.
So I'm going to be very careful. But Katrina wrote it, so I must be able to say it, right? Even country music superstars have brain farts.
That was taboo in my house, too.
Yeah, could not say that word.
No.
It was the F
and
word.
And you are saying it on the radio, Charlie.
Brain farts with Katrina Gishard.
Okay, then. Country star Luke Bryan hit pause mid-concert when he blanked on the lyrics to his own hit song called Strip It Down. Unfortunately for him, it was captured by a member of the audience for all of us to listen to.
Strip it down, down, down. I totally forgot all the words. I got it. I want to drop the cell phone now and let it shatter on the ground.
It must be hard to remember all the words to all of the songs that you've ever written, but he quickly recovered and he finished the song.
Doesn't Axl Rose use a teleprompter or something like that?
Probably.
That has the words for all the Guns N' Roses songs? So, yeah.
Ooh, I didn't know that. Interesting.
Okay. Fortunately for Amanda and me, we just have everything memorized. Everything we're about to say for 3 hours straight.
I would call it a senior moment. Or a brain lapse, maybe?
Yeah. My mom would much
My mom is
rather
listening.
say
I can't
that.
say that.
Sorry, Amanda's mom. Okay, Sully, you have a choke point coming up.
Yes, I do. Going to talk about what you need to be prepared for this weekend as we shut down lanes of the Ship Canal Bridge.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Are you looking at senior living options for you or a loved one? If so, you likely have many questions like, what can I afford? How long will my savings last? And if I run out of money, will I have to move out? If these questions are weighing on you, I'm here to talk you through different solutions. Hi, I'm Amanda from Care Partners Senior Living. At Care Partners, we're focused on offering high-quality, compassionate care at very affordable prices to help stretch and preserve your assets. And if you ever run out of funds and need to convert to Medicaid, you won't have to move. We have vibrant communities throughout Western Washington, Spokane, and Arizona offering independent, assisted living, and memory care. Our caregivers are some of the most loving and genuine people you'll ever meet. Stretch your assets, preserve your estate, and never worry about moving. That's peace of mind in the Care Partners Living difference. Learn more at carepartnersliving.com. Care Partners is excited to announce our newest communities in Port Orchard, Sumner, Snohomish, and North Creek Bothell. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
Subaru of Puyallup is known for making your car buying experience stress-free no matter what. Olivia here from Subaru of Puyallup. We've provided stress-free sales and service through storms, supply hiccups, even a pandemic. You can count on a stress-free experience no matter what's around the corner. Right now, we have over 300 brand new Subaru vehicles on the lot with stress-free pricing plus excellent stress-free trade-in values. Come in and secure today's pricing on tomorrow's car at Subaru of Puyallup.
We live in one of the most beautiful places on earth, and owning your own deck is a great way to enjoy it. But finding the right decking solution can be overwhelming. That's why all 9 of our Puget Sound locations offer decking showrooms so you can get your hands and toes on the more than 60 decking options we carry. So if you have any questions about building, maintaining, or repairing your deck, contact me personally, Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
TimberTech Vintage Collection Decking, on sale now at Dunn Lumber.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Solomon.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
Who's ready for some practice? This weekend, it's practice for a month of lane closures on the northbound Ship Canal Bridge. You're going to get a taste of what the upcoming summer will look like.
Yep, it's going to be a good weekend.
Fun.
Get out there and practice what is going to be a very difficult month. Yeah, this is something we've been warning you guys for a couple of months now about what's happening with the Ship Canal Bridge. Only 2 lanes of northbound I-5 over the Ship Canal Bridge will be open from tomorrow night until early Monday morning. And for a short time, early Saturday morning and early Monday morning, all lanes will have to be blocked for restriping. The Washington Department of Transportation's Tom Pierce says drivers need to make alternate plans.
What congestion is going to look like this weekend depends on what people choose to do. If people do not alter their plans, if they just think they'll drive the same way as they always do, then we're going to see more traffic.
The express lanes will remain open in the northbound direction to try to ease some of that congestion.
The express lanes are going to be open northbound only all weekend. We will have some lane closures Saturday night and Sunday night because as we work on the drains, of course, the drains go through the bridge deck and then down, and so we need some room to work in the express lanes.
WashDOT is using this weekend to do much-needed work on the bridge and prepare for that upcoming month-long closure.
We're going to be working on the drainage system on the bridge. We hope to get about 80% of that work done to set us up for the bigger project that we have coming in July.
And if you have forgotten what is coming up in July, here's all you need to know. The weekend of July 18th, all lanes of the northbound Ship Canal Bridge are going to be closed all weekend long. And then when those lanes reopen Monday morning, that's going to be followed by a month of 24/7 lane closures. Basically, 2 lanes of the Ship Canal Bridge are going to be open during that closure. That's it, just 2 out of 4. And then you have another full weekend closure of the northbound bridge the weekend of August 15th as they finish up the work, and that'll be the last of the major closures for the year. But they will return northbound next year, southbound in 2027. WashDOT is replacing expansion joints and concrete between downtown Seattle and Northgate in what we call the ongoing Revive I-5.
So this is going to be a huge headache, especially for people who might not expect it coming from the north end.
Yeah, that's because of the way they're going to try to ease the northbound traffic is to keep the express lanes open in the northbound direction. So that means morning commuters coming in from Snohomish County are going to be unable to use those express lanes, and that means they're all going to be on the main line. So that means even the direction not even being involved in the work is going to get caught up in this. This is what we have when we have what we call regional impacts of this. This will also back up 520 obviously, because you're going to be driving into the closures there on the Ship Canal Bridge. So, yeah, this is going to be pretty ugly.
You say regional impacts, I say hot mess.
Okay, that's good.
It's not going to be fun.
Both work. I mean, I save hot mess for things that involve fish trucks or bees or other things, but earthquakes. But it can be. It's going to be ugly, and you need to be prepared.
And just in case somebody has missed your previous reporting on this is just a fraction of what needs to be done here.
Yeah, they were going to be shutting down the bridge, 2 lanes, basically all of this year, but they ran into a financial snag and they didn't have the money to do it. And so what they did is they're going to kind of do a little bit of it now, so that way they can maybe get a jump started early next spring to maybe get some of it done in the northbound direction before World Cup. So that's what we're going, and then we've got the following year. So this is a multi-year thing. Just if you haven't been here that long, or you have, and you remember what we have done basically from the Duwamish Curve all the way into downtown on north and southbound I-5 over the last 5 to 8 years, that's what we're looking at now as we're going from Yesler north towards Northgate to try to replace all the work, because this freeway hasn't had any considerable work done in the 60 years since it's been put in originally.
And it needs it. Anyone that's driven on that part of I-5 knows.
Does your offer still stand?
What's that?
That you will write permission slips for people to be late to work or to work from home?
Yeah, I've even called people's bosses. And said, yeah, this guy was late because of a crash. Yeah, I will do that. I'm totally cool with that. Yeah.
You're so nice. While we're at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk, let's talk about what's happening right now.
Well, it might not get you out of work. You may not too. I mean, I probably have absolutely no impact, but I can call. Right now we are dealing with this crash on northbound I-5, just right above us here as it goes over the top of the station, kind of right before 520 in the northbound direction. The left lane is blocked, and we have about a 3.5 mile backup that extends now all the way back to about I-90, maybe a little bit before that. So it's merged with the normal stuff coming into town from the south. So give yourself an extra 10 or 12 minutes if you're going through the convention center and heading north up to Northgate or further points north because of this crash. So expect some delays there. We are still running around 35 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle, with 20 of those minutes from the South Center area. We do have a little fender bender on the right-hand shoulder by SR 900 as you work your way through Renton up 405 northbound. That's one of the reasons why there are a few brake lights there, working your way up to 30th. You're going to need about 25 minutes there. Out of the north end, 35 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. That's just crazy good at this time of day. And the lake bridges are quiet. This report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damage. Call 811 or submit online, digsafewa.com.
Partly sunny this morning. We get more clouds by the afternoon. High of 71, low 60s with drizzle the next couple of days. It's 55 and partly sunny right now in Seattle.
And coming up on the G and Ursula show, if you have a cell phone, you could be an informant for Washington State Patrol. Ursula and Mike Lewis will explain next.
You are listening to Seattle's Morning News. Thanks for joining us this Thursday morning on KIRO Newsradio.
A KIRO Newsradio exclusive on the G and Ursula Show.
New Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes, with the mass deportations and the actions by ICE, clarify when Seattle Police would step in and when they would not step in.
Just to be clear, Washington state law prohibits us from being involved. The only time we would get involved if there was a dangerous situation, if there was gunfire, just like we would for anything else.
Watch the full interview on the KIRO Newsradio YouTube page.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice, quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. Which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different.
TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe.